and pick its out. Don't punish me with brutality. Come on, talk to me. You can see what's going on. Yeah, what's going on? Tell me what's going on.
The NAC, that's at freedomsummit60.org. Where they can join the NAA on CAA online. That's what I'll make the announcement. I just want to make sure I get the website straight.
The police said, what's the matter? To see your kingdom, kingdom. The police did look mighty hard. Oh, kingdom, dinga. He got scared 'cause he was an ex-mau-mau. To see your kingdom, dinga. Oh, dingo, dingo, oh, dingo, dingo, oh, dingo, dingo, oh, dingo. Oh, dingo, dingo, oh, dingo, dingo, oh, dingo, dingo, oh, dingo. You know the white folks said, look here, what's going on down in Selma. If you white folk don't straighten up, I'm gonna call Joe Mo Kenyatta. Oh, dingo, dingo, oh, dingo, dingo, oh, dingo, dingo, oh, dingo. Dingo, dingo, oh, dingo, dingo, oh, dingo, dingo, oh, dingo.
You believe in freedom, cannot rest until it comes. We who believe in freedom, cannot rest. Hear me talking to you. We who believe in freedom, cannot rest until it comes. Until the killing of black men, black mothers' sons is as important as the killing of white men, white mothers' sons. We who believe in freedom cannot rest. Sing it with me if you like it. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. The older I get, the better I know that the secret of my going on is when the reins are in the hands of the young who dare to run against the storm. 'Cause to me, young people come first. They have the courage where we fail. And if I can but shed some light as they carry us through the gales, we who believe in freedom cannot rest. Hear me talking to you. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Then struggling myself don't mean a whole lot. I've come to realize that teaching others to stand up and fight is the only way my struggle survives. I'm a woman who speaks in a voice, and I must be heard. At times I can be quite difficult. How about no man's word? We who believe in freedom cannot rest. Hear me talking to you. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Not needing to clutch for power, not needing the light just to shine on me. I need to be one in the number as we stand against tyranny. We believe in freedom and not rest. Oh, we believe in freedom and not rest until it
All right, 5 minutes, everybody, 5 minutes. Mr. Mayor?
I'm Charles McLaurin, a veteran of the Mississippi Civil Rights Movement. Welcome to the 60th anniversary celebration of Mississippi Freedom Summer Project, a pivotal point in changing Mississippi and the nation. The Freedom Summer Project brought more than 1,000 young people and other professionals from different races and ethnic and cultural backgrounds to Mississippi for 6 weeks of organizing. The efforts include voter registration, community education, community centers, and political empowerment. I got involved in the civil rights movement in the early 60s because after the Freedom Rides into Jackson, Mississippi, and meeting Medgar Evers, who was the real influence on my early life. I went to Medgar one day and asked him how were we going to stop Mr. Charlie or the white man from lynching us. And Medgar took out a big map of the state of Mississippi and he drew a circle around the Mississippi Delta. And he said, here's where we start. So Bob Moses came along and brought myself, Charlie Cobbs, to the Mississippi Delta and turned us over to Amzie Moore, who was a World War II veteran and who was interested in doing voter registration. So I started out in Ruleville, Charlie and I started out in Ruleville, and it was there where we met Fannie Lou Hamer and got involved in trying to put together a voter registration project in Sunflower County. The project led to the eviction of Fannie Lou Hamer from her plantation home. And I later got a chance to bring her to the SNCC conference in Nashville, Tennessee in 1963. This 2-day conference celebrates and continues the successful gains made in 1964. I believe that the situation that we have in this country today require that we harness our power, that we organize, and that we get the largest number of possible voter turnout this November the 5th.
We didn't know what was going on in the rest of the state even, much less in other places.
When you were a child in school, did the books you have say anything about voting or
Never.
democracy?
I'd never even heard that that was in the Constitution. I never heard anything about it. In fact, the first time I was aware that Mississippi had a constitution was when I tried to register to vote, and they gave me a section of the Constitution of Mississippi to write, to copy, and then to give a reasonable interpretation of it. I didn't know that, that we had that right.
When you were growing up, did you know about politics nationally? Like, would you know who the president was? Were you in touch with?
We would hear about the president, but it was kind of far fetched from us. Because I remember one president looked like the kind of stands out was President Franklin Delano Roosevelt was a president that kind of stand out because I remember him putting people on jobs they called WPA and all that.
Yes.
When I was a kid.
Did you think of him as a friend of the black people when you were growing up? This would be in the Depression.
Well, I kind of thought it. From what my parents, I'd hear my father talking about. And I'd hear him talk about sometime Republicans and Democrats, but I didn't know, wasn't aware too much of what it meant.
Now, when you first tried to vote, where was that? Was that in
When I
Louisville?
first tried to register?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, when I first tried to register, it was in Enola. I went to Enola on the 31st of August in 1962. That was to try to register. So when we got there, it was 18 of us went that day. So when we got there, it was, you know, people there with guns and just a lot of strange looking people to us. And we went on in the circuit clerk's office, and he asked us what did we want, and we told him what we wanted. We wanted to try to register. He told us all of us would have to get out of there except two. So I was one of the two persons that remained inside to try to register, and another young man named Mr. Ernest Davis. So we stayed in to take the literacy test. So the registrar gave me the 16th section of the Constitution of Mississippi. He pointed it out in the book, you know, and told me to look at it and then copy it down just like I saw it in the book. Put a period where a period's supposed to be a comma and all of that. And then after I copied it down, he told me right below there to give a real reasonable interpretation and interpret what I had read, and that was impossible. I tried to give it, but I didn't even know what it meant, much less to interpret it.
Lawyers don't know what it means.
Well, I didn't know.
Yes. So what happened then? You were arrested, weren't you?
Well, when we got started back to Rouville, we were stopped by a state highway patrolman and a city police, and they ordered us to get off of the bus. And we got off of the bus, and then they told us to get back on the bus and go back to Enola. And we got back on the bus, and we went back to Enola. We got back to Enola. The man was driving. They arrested one of the men that was with us, which was Mr. Lawrence Giot. They arrested him, and then they told this man who drove us down there that his bus had too much yellow on it, and they fined him $100, but they finally cut his fine down to $30. And then we had enough to pay his fine, and we come on into Louisville.
If you didn't spend time in jail that time.
I didn't go to jail even that time. We just went back, and it was just one of the people arrested, and that was the man that was with us.
Now let's go back a little bit to when you first heard about voting. Who was that? Mr. Robert Moses and
That's
Student
right.
Nonviolent Coordinating Committee
That's
people?
right. That's right.
Let's see. Oh, he was there in person. That's where you.
I was with them on the bus the day that we went down to register.
With Robert Moses.
That's right.
Now, when you heard about it first, though, in the schoolhouse, back before you tried to register, when you first heard about voting,
At
did
the
you hear it?
church.
Yes, the church. Did you hear it from Robert Moses?
I heard it from Robert Moses and another man named Jim Foreman. He was from the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. And he told us, you know, that we had a right. And it was another man from CORE, Congress of Racial Equality, and his name was David Dennis. And all of them talked about it that night. And after they talked about it, it just made enough sense to me that I wanted to try.
Did they tell you it might be dangerous in Mississippi to try to vote?
They didn't tell us that it might be dangerous.
Did you think it was dangerous that first time you tried?
I had a feeling that, I don't know why, but I just had a feeling because the morning I left home to go down to register, I carried some extra shoes and, you know, a bag, because I said if I'm arrested or anything, I'll have some extra shoes to put on. So I had a feeling something might happen. I just didn't know. I didn't know it was going to be as much involved as it finally was, but I had a feeling that we might be arrested.
Now, what happened when you got back? Did anything at all happen? Did you lose your home?
Well, when we got back, I went on out to where I had been staying for 18 years, and the landowner had talked to my husband and told him I had to leave the place. And my little girl, the child that I raised, met me, and told me that, you know, the landowner was mad and I might have to leave. So during the time that my husband was talking about it, I was back in the house, and the landowner drove up and asked him had I made it back, and he told him I had, and I got up and walked out on the porch, and he told me, did Pap tell me what he said? And I told him he did. He said, well, I mean that. You will have to go down and withdraw your registration, or you will have to leave this place. And I didn't call myself saying nothing smart, but I couldn't understand it, and I answered in the only way I could and told him that I didn't go down there to register for him. I went down there to register for myself, and this seemed like it made him mad. I told him that.
So you had to leave right away?
I had to leave that same night.
Then your husband stayed on to finish the crop?
He stayed on, 'cause he told him the next morning that, you know, if he left, he wouldn't give us any of our belongings, but if he'd help him to harvest the crop, well, he'd give us, you know, the rest of our things.
Had this planter been fair to you before, or not?
Not too fair. That's one of the reasons I wanted, it was important to me to try to go and register, because he hadn't been fair. Now, I had worked on that place for 18 years. My husband was there before I went there. So we worked a while with his father, but his father seemed to have been a better man than the son.
What kind of work did you do on that plantation?
Well, I was a timekeeper and then a sharecropper too.
Where did you go then, Mr. Hamer, after you had to leave the house on the plantation?
I come out here to town, and it's right across Made Highway, and I started staying with some people, Mr. and Mrs. Tucker, and then my husband got frightened and carried me to my niece's. And after he carried me there, then they shot in that house. When I was staying with those people, they shot in that house.
Tucker's house?
In the Tucker's house.
So you were turned down then. Your registration effort failed.
It failed.
Okay. When did it finally succeed?
Well, after coming back to Rouville, I went to Tallahatchie County and stayed a while. After my husband got so frightened, I went to Tallahatchie County and stayed a while, and when I come back, we moved here in Rouville. It was at 626 East Lafayette Street. We moved in on the 3rd of December, and I went back on the 4th of December to take the literacy test again.
1962?
1962, on the 4th of December. So that was one Monday. And the registrar gave me another section of the Constitution, with the 49th section of the Constitution of Mississippi, was dealing with the House of Representatives. So he told me to copy that down and to give a reasonable interpretation. I copied that, but we had got hold to one of the, you know, of the Constitution of Mississippi, and had been able to study it, and people, you know, some of the people from the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee would help us to try to interpret it. So that time I give reasonable enough interpretation. When I went back to see about it in January, I had passed that literacy test, so I didn't take the test but twice.
I see. So then you voted. When did you first vote?
Well, the first attempt that I tried to vote, I didn't really get to vote. I went up to vote. That was in a primary election, because it was in August. And we went up to vote that day, and I didn't have 2 poll tax receipts, because I hadn't been paying poll tax, and I didn't have 2 prior years. And they told me I couldn't vote because I didn't have 2 poll tax receipts.
So you couldn't vote that time, and then when did you finally cast your
The
first
first vote I cast the first vote for myself, because I was running for Congress. My first vote I voted for myself.
Right. And that was what year?
That was in 1964.
Who were you running against?
Jamie Whitten.
Jamie Whitten. It's 1964. Well, when did you get involved actively in the civil rights movement, other than simply trying to vote? When did you become a civil rights worker?
Well, all of that went together, because as soon as I was fired from that plantation, I started right away then working on voter registration. and it, you know, just kind of materialized together. So I didn't have anything else to do.
Did you work for SNCC?
I worked for SNCC. I worked, in fact, I worked not only for SNCC, I worked for COFO, Council of Federated Organizations. So all organizations was together.
Right.
But I was first hired to work for SNCC.
And it was $10 a week if they had
If
the
they had the
$10.
money, that's right.
Did SNCC often have the $10?
Not when I first started.
How did you SNCC field workers survive with so little money in those?
Well, it was really survive because so many times we didn't have nothing. And there was a few friends, you know, would help kind of tide us over. And this man I was talking about, you doing an interview with him, he was like a real father to me because they would, you know, try to keep our gas bills and important bills paid.
His name was?
Mr. Amsey Moore.
Mr. Amsey Moore.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about your activities as a voter registration worker in the early period.
Well, it was rough, you know, because we would go to places, to go in to do voter registration in places, and we'd talk to people, you know, and we would tell them, you know, we walk the streets in different little areas, and we would tell them we was coming back the next day, and by the next day somebody would be done got to them, and they would want to talk with us, you know, and this kind of stuff. It would be kind of, some days it would be disgusting, some very disappointing, and then we go to churches, and they occasionally along they was burning up churches, and these are the kind of things we faced with.
Who would get to the people you talked to?
Well, you know, like the landowners and the white people would get to them, and then they would, you know, tell them. And we was working with food too. We would, you know, trying to get people to get commodities. All of that went together because at that point it was really rough.
Yeah.
At the time.
What about the Citizens Council? What activity did they have to prevent you from voter registration work, or weren't they active?
Well, they was active. Of course, we couldn't tell what group was doing what, you know. We just know we would be harassed, and we know cars would be passing the house loaded with white men, and trucks would be passing there with guns hanging up in the back. They would walk the street sometime with dogs, and we know there was something, but we didn't know what group it was.
Now, you didn't really have much luck in those early years of voter registration.
No, it was really rough.
How many people do you think you carried down to?
Not too many, but it was a few that would go, and you know, we carried some down, and then they would be pressured, and they'd go back and withdraw theirs, and then occasionally along we cast some down that would refuse to go, and you know, they made kind of what I would say was an example out of those of us that did say we wasn't going back. You know, we was punished to the fullest, you know, to keep other people disgusted, to keep them from going.
Trouble of this world
this world, sooner will be done. Trouble of this world, I'm going home to live with God. No more weeping and wailing. No more weeping and wailing. No more weeping and wailing. Going home to live with God. Sooner will be done. There's the trouble of this world, trouble of this old world, trouble of this world. Sooner will be done with. Trouble of this world, I'm going home to live with God. I want to see my mother. I want to see my mother. I want to see my mother going home to live with God. Sooner will be done. Trouble of this world, oh, trouble of this world, hey, trouble of this world, oh, sooner will be done. Trouble of this world, going home to live with troubled, yet not distressed, perplexed, but not in despair. I'm a vessel full of the Holy Ghost power, with a treasure no one can compare. forsaken, cast down, but not destroyed. I'm a vessel full of Holy Ghost power. I've got a treasure from the Lord. Bruised and battered, but not broken. Cast down, but not destroyed. I'm a vessel full of Holy Ghost power, with a treasure, oh, hidden in me. Thank you, Father, for your power. It has resurrected me. Oh, the painful. Anybody going through some painful circumstances that my poor soul could not flee? Thank you, Father, for your power. It has resurrected me. Oh, the painful circumstances that my poor soul could not flee, that my poor soul could not flee. Surrender all. I surrender all to Jesus, my blessed Savior. I surrender all. Yeah. Thank you.
The ushers will be coming from the back. I feel like we need to take up a collection. Thank you, Ms. Indiana Norfleet and Ms. Doris Richardson. her on the keyboards. Give her a round of applause. Music teacher at Carver Elementary. She tried to teach me, but I still know all cows eat grass, and every good boy does fine always. So I remember my scales, Miss Richardson. So it wasn't all lost. All right, I'll give you all a minute to catch your muse, cause that was awesome. Okay, I don't have much else to say about that unless we're gonna get that collection. All right. Woo. Yeah. All right. Thank to all of the speakers. We really appreciated you. Again, mobile health unit is out front with nurse practitioner Tamisa Crawford if you need any assistance. And I may need some. I can't breathe. All right. We want to welcome our friends online to day 2 of the Freedom 60th Conference. Now get ready to be fired up by none other than Congressman Benny G. Thompson with the Solid Foundation Freedom Summer, and he will be introduced by Supervisor Gloria Dickerson. All right. Give a round of applause for Congressman Thompson. I can't see him. Let me see if I... Oh, there he is. All right, Congressman. Okay, in addition, we have National President, Mr. Derrick Johnson. Where are you, Mr. Derrick? All right, come on up front, Mr. Derrick.
Okay, I guess that's okay. You're a little taller than I am. Yes, that's fine. All right, thank you, Attorney Els, and good morning to everyone else in the room. Good morning, good morning. It is an honor to do to some of you and present to others 2 individuals who really do not need any introduction, okay? First of all, I'm going to introduce Congressman Benny G. Thompson. He is an elected member of the United States House of Representatives from Mississippi's 2nd Congressional District. He's a native of Bolton, Mississippi, and considered it an honor to walk the path that Mississippi's civil rights icon paved decades ago. Congressman Thompson understands the challenges many families in Mississippi face each and every day. He's now served in his 15th term in the United States House of Representatives. He has spent his entire career fighting to improve the lives of all people. He is the longest living, longest serving, okay? He is the longest serving, okay, African-American elected official in the state of Mississippi, and the lone Democrat in the state of Mississippi, in the Mississippi Congressional Delegation. He began his grassroots political movement, activist, being a civil rights champion through the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee while a student at Tougaloo College. He organized voter registration drives for African Americans throughout the Mississippi Delta on behalf of the organization before graduating and following in the footsteps of his mother by becoming a school teacher. Also, I'll tell you that his wife is from the Mississippi Delta, Mount Bottom, Mississippi, and I'm so proud of that. Bolivar County, right next door to Sunflower County, okay? Another thing that's not on my script, I'm gonna tell you that I learned recently after I got into politics that he was once on the Board of Aldermen in Bolton, the mayor, and the Sunflower County supervisor. Pardon? That's right, I'm sorry. Hines County, Sunflower County supervisor. Okay, that's what I meant to say, not Sunflower County. All right, so now I will introduce Derek Johnson, who I've known for a long time also. Good morning. Derek Johnson serves as president and CEO of the NAACP, a title he has had since October of 2017. President Johnson formerly served as vice chairman of the NAACP National Board of Directors, as well as state president for the Mississippi State Conference of the NAACP. A long-standing member and leader of the NAACP, Mr. Johnson has helped guide the association through a period of re-envisioning and reinvigoration. Okay, please, at this time, let's give both of them a round of applause. And also, at this time, I'd like to welcome Mr. Thompson, Congressman Thompson, to the podium to say a few words.
Well, thank you very much. If you don't mind, this will be my podium, okay? And the goal of this is a conversation between the president and CEO of the NAACP and Benny Thompson. And hopefully we can get some feedback from the audience. We're here celebrating 60 years. I wouldn't be here if it were not on the backs of the foot soldiers who came and did the hard work. I was involved as a youngster, but those individuals that we celebrate here today, both who gave their lives in some instance, but also those who did the really hard work, we all have to be thankful. But there's one thing that I want to put on the table right now. In 61 years, 62, 63. Now, if some of those people we celebrate came today, I wonder what would they say? Would they say, you mean this is what I gave my life for? That we now have people who are in charge, in place, but they marching in time. Now, marching in time, I'll equate to having a car and you put it in neutral. And so as long as that car is in neutral, you're not going anywhere. So what are we gonna look for 61 years, 62 years out? I'm often reminded of my mama who actually raised me. My daddy died when I was young. And so when I was a petulant boy, my mama would apply the necessary reinforcement to get me back in line. And then after having applied it for quite a while, she'd stop and say, now, you know I did that because I love you. Or sometimes she'd even say, you know that hurt me more than it hurt you. And I'm saying, there got to be something wrong with me. Because if this is love, deliver me. So part of this conversation we're going to have this morning is that love and that hurt that we got to go through. You understand? Let me give you the best example I can tell you. We were fortunate to elect a mayor in this community who looks like the majority of the population assembled here today. But what did the good folk of the county do after that? They hired the man they beat to be the economic development director for Sunflower County. Now wait, we gotta understand the politics of what we do. Either you're good or you're not. And so I encourage people to understand this project didn't happen overnight. I encourage people to understand that we have to work at making a difference. And sometimes when we in a movement have to have that conversation, it's a difficult conversation. It's a conversation between friends and family. And so while we are celebrating here today, the people who created the biggest problem in this community ostensibly are still calling the shots. And so what we have to do is transfer the political power to economic power in the community if we're gonna make a difference. Now, how do we do that? We set good public policy. That means if we're gonna build a new school in this community, and we need a new school, right? The gym has been leaking forever and God knows what else. But that money basically came from DC. And I'm the only person in the delegation who voted for the money to come. Okay? Now, it's good, but I think people ought to say, is there something that comes with that ought to be in the conversation? It's something called diversity, equity, and inclusion. All right? So if we're going to spend all this money in education, don't you think we ought to be able to hire some companies who look like the majority of the kids who attend the school system? I mean, that's just basic economics. And that's how you build for 61, 62, 63 years, is you start investing in it. And once you continue to invest, then you make it. Another challenge I had, we were, during COVID, we had an awful lot of money available. I convinced Hines Community College to become an HBCU because the majority enrollment for Hines Community College was majority black. And in return, they got $57 million. You understand? Now, guess what? I tried to get Mississippi Delta Community College in this county to do the same thing. The enrollment is 85% African American, and I couldn't get it done. So we lost millions of dollars because politically we didn't do without in our own best interest. It gets worse. The president of Hines Community College was black, was white, and he did the right thing. The president of Mississippi Delta Community College was black. Now, you say, well, what's the challenge? The challenge is something called courage and common sense. All right? I'm going to repeat myself because you're going to hear that for about an hour. Courage and common sense. If you see something that's good for the community and you are in a public position, then you need to do it because it's the right thing to do. We have more resources now than we ever had. And I'm giving you some of the challenges that I've had because I can only do so much as an elected official. But I gave every municipality in this county money except two. Every municipality had a minority managed mayor that needed help. Dobbsville, the well was dry. They were hauling water in Dobbsville. The home of James Eastland, the person who put more people on the court and kept more people who looked like us out of opportunity. The third most powerful person in the United States Senate was from Sunflower County. He had a well, but the people who lived in Dobbsville did not. And so we provided, on 2 occasions, money to help with that system. Now, it gets worse, because I'm trying to get to 61 and 62, right? But you don't know where you're going unless you know where you've been, all right? And so we're now trying to correct the problem. So when I gave Ruleville, Dobbsville, Sunflower, Indianola, the resources, 100%, money they never had before, I got more flack because I didn't give some other towns money. Now, those communities are poor as Job's turkey, and they need all the help they can get. And I'm the only person trying to make that happen, and I want you to help me help ourselves. And so in the name of Freedom Summer, we got to do what's right. In order to do what's right, we got to do what's right, okay? Courage and common sense. Our children deserve the best education. Right now, some areas of our state and county don't have access to the internet. Again, because you helped put the right person in the White House, we now will have access to the internet all over the country. And some people are saying, well, it's gonna cost too much. Wait now, what price do we put on something for our children? And so as we celebrate this 60 years Freedom Summer, there were a lot of people who came to this area to help, and we thanked them for it. They made a difference. Had they not, they gave their lives. But now the question is, here we are, how do we go forward? And part of going forward is figuring it out. In some instances, we have to work together. I encourage us to do that. In Washington, with this current administration, we're trying to reset the table. And I encourage you to do that. The partnership that the NAACP and other organizations is tremendous. I take pride in Derek Johnson. Derek Johnson was an intern for me when he was at Tougaloo College. As they say in the country, I helped raise that boy, you know? And so I look at him now as head of the oldest and civil rights organization in the country. Somebody who came to Mississippi to get an education, found a wife, 5 children, and never left. And so I'm so excited about introducing Derek, because he has a bigger view. And you know, the truth is who we are as a people. I want to make a difference. Derek's organization is making a difference. He's changed the trajectory of the organization for the better. So I introduce Derek Johnson, CEO of the NAACP.
Thank you, Congressman. And I want to first by acknowledging a few people. Is Charles Malorn, is he back in the room? If not, I see, that ain't Charles McLaurin, you too young. I just want to thank him for the vision of holding this recognition here in the community in Indianola. He worked hard to make sure this happened. Also want to thank Cortland Cox as chair of the SNCC Legacy Board for holding true to the values of SNCC. You know, many people get leadership positions and they want to run to the podium to speak at people. Far too many people run to people. And what Freedom Summer, what SNCC, what many civil rights veterans represent is the necessity of running to our people to understand what's concerning, what they're confronted with, as opposed to try to run in front of the mic and be the leader with nobody behind them. And so that becomes really important. I got exposed to this community by being on Tougaloo College campus. And I can recall growing up in Detroit when Eyes on the Prize came out. And we had a mayor in the city of Detroit that refused to give the cable contract to a non-resident of the city of Detroit. And so where many areas across the country had cable, we didn't have cable. Because Coleman Young said, I'd be damned if I give a single source contract to someone who's not paying taxes in the city. Now, recognizing at this time, the city was about 75% black, and Coleman recognized the power of the position that he was in. It was not about the microphone, the podium. It was not about the title. It was not about the accolades. It was about empowering the very residents that put him in place to ensure that the residents that he was elected to govern will be positioned so they can have the wherewithal economically, the wherewithal politically, the wherewithal to serve a population that was being targeted, being preyed upon, and being outcast. And because we didn't have cable, I had to rely a lot on a channel called PBS. And Eyes on the Prize came on. And this was after Roots. And I remember standing on the couch, and I'm glad my mother didn't see me, because I see myself punching the air when I seen dogs being put on children, water hose being sprayed on ladies, and the fight that ensued around the struggle for freedom. And so many of you who are veterans of that movement, I just want to say thank you for enduring that type of assault. Thank you for overcoming fear and using common sense with your courage. But for you, we would not have advanced democracy. And because of you, we are on the road of perfecting democracy. So thank you. But when I got to Mississippi and got on campus, Congressman Thompson was somebody I met, but the person who introduced me to this community is a gentleman by the name of Hollis Watkins. And Hollis had a huge impact on who I am and my decision. In fact, I left to go to law school. Congressman Thompson called and said, fill out this, you're gonna do a fellowship. And I took off a year from law school. I worked in DC. I finished that time. And he said, what you gonna do when you finish law school? I said, I don't know. He said, well, you can come back here and work here. I said, great. But it was Hollis who says, when you graduate, what you gonna do? I said, I'm gonna go work with Congressman Thompson. He said, come work for me. I said, how much you paying? And ultimately, my wife and I, we decided to move back here to work for Southern Echo. Best decision I could have ever made. Because of that, it allowed me to run to people and not to the podium to try to present as a leader with nobody behind me. Far too many individuals seek the microphone to actually define what the issues are for our communities, but they don't talk to regular people. They project out what they think are the problems based on what they heard or what they think, and sometimes what they experience, but never plugged into what real live people are experiencing. Therefore, they're projecting leadership and they're not with people. And so common sense and courage and overcoming fear is important, but what Freedom Summer represents is actually talking to people. Having a title is irrelevant if it's not plugged into the real life experience of individuals. And a beautiful thing about what has been built in Mississippi, speaking from a surplus mindset, we have created a continuum. We can track our movement and the transfer of the types of leadership when you go to Charles Caldwell in the 1800s and the fight he had in Clinton, the fight against the traitors we call Confederate soldiers, and how they had to ambush him to kill him. You can track that through Ida B. Wells and her advocacy using the ink pen to highlight the lynchings that was taking place in Mississippi. You can track that through T.R.M. Howard, who has set up camp in Mount Bayou and the work he did in creating a space for black doctors to be trained, and just down the road, Reverend Lee and the strength of what he pulled together in Humphreys County, and at one point called for a protest at 8,000 people in the Delta in the 50s taken to the streets, and he was such a threat they had to assassinate him. You can track that to all of those World War II veterans, whether you talk about Aaron Henry or Steptoe or C.C. Bryant or Medgar Evers, or those courageous women like Winston and Dovey Hudson, that if you went to Harmony, Mississippi, you could be assured at night they were sitting on the porch with a shotgun. You can track the continuum of our movement for individuals that took up the space of Freedom Summers to challenge the National Democratic Party in 1964, because when they went to the March on Washington, they realized that when the march was over and all the great speeches, they was going to come back to Mississippi in the same hell that they left. So it wasn't about a march, it's not about a speech, it's about coming to the people and organizing on the ground with a strategy that you can measure the outcome. Those same individuals created the space to force the Democratic Party to integrate, because whites in the states treated it like a private club, exclusive club that blacks could not participate in, and we forced the hand to reorganize it. At the exact same time, Dr. Smith and Aaron Shirley and others recognized that access to health care was also civil rights, and as a result of that, they organized, and out of that, they realized that they need federal funds and went to Sergeant Shriver and created the federally qualified community health centers that are now all across the country successfully. All the workers in Leland, Mississippi, who began to protest and organize a union and strike and refuse to move forward, because collective bargaining is also a part of the civil rights movement. There is no difference between worker rights and civil rights. And I can recall working in Congressman Thompson's office on the backdrop of a catfish strike right here in this county, where they refused to allow the workers to have a bathroom break. And his immediate predecessors wouldn't even meet with them when they came to D.C., but he changed that trajectory, because the ability of our workers to collectively bargain would define the quality of life they have, because they can increase pay. Many folks left the Delta because of being exploited for free and cheap labor. They went to Chicago and Gary, Indiana. Some went to Detroit, all because there were union jobs there. They can actually get paid a fair wage for their work. Economic development in this part of the state has been stymied because the landowners have always wanted to maintain a cheap labor force, only to result in white folks fleeing this state, this area of the country, because Fannie Lou Hamer said it right, that if you have your foot on my neck in a ditch, we're both in a ditch. So Mississippi's inability to grow like other southern states is because we are still trying to govern under 1950 exclusionary policies, as opposed to recognize that we are in 2024. So we sit here today to celebrate and recognize what happened in Freedom Summer, but we also need to recognize the need to use this moment and many other moments to look forward. In November, the election isn't about two candidates, candidate A or candidate B. This election is about whether or not we'll have a functioning democracy or something less than that, because if we allow an individual back into the White House, we would allow white supremacy back into a White House. An individual who've been convicted of a felony. Someone who said that he wanted to be a dictator for a day. And those of us who understand that a dictator for the day for the African American community mean that we would be a target, but not only us, because when he was in there before, in 1 week's time, white supremacists were so emboldened that they took arms and they went to a Walmart in El Paso, Texas to kill Latinos. only 2 days later to go to a black church in Louisville, Kentucky, and it was locked, so they went to a Kroger's to kill black folks. And the very next day to go to a synagogue in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and have a mass shooting there. I don't care if you're African American, of the Jewish faith, Latino, a woman, or Islamic. If a white supremacist get into the White House, we will all be subject to the wrath of a level of emboldenedness that would attack all of us. 60 years later is not much different in terms of the fight. The fight was about power. Power in a democracy is about the vote, and the vote must be organized and turn out in ways in which we can project a future that's inclusive against those who are trying to create apartheid in America. I can recall that 30 years ago, in 1994, on Tougaloo's campus, the members of SNCC and CORD and ACP organized the 30th recognition of Freedom Summer. And I was on campus. I had just graduated, but on campus. And I was dismayed with all of the people who came, many of whom I've seen on Eyes on the Prize, because some of them were complaining about what the young folks wasn't doing and how the young folks wouldn't do. And many of those individuals flew in from all across the country, and they had no clue what young folks were doing or what young folks had done. Not recognized just 2 years that young folks had taken to the streets to prevent the state of Mississippi from closing and merging Mississippi Valley State University and Alcorn. They had taken to the streets 8 demonstrations 2 years later to stop the state of Mississippi, but they got so absorbed in what they did 30 years prior, and that absorption would not allow them to see that the movement is a continuum. What I like about the gathering today, it is in fact intergenerational. That there are young people here, there are seasoned veterans, and there are those that are in the middle. Movements are not about generational fights, us versus us. Movements is about how do we apply the wisdom of our elders, the energy of our young folks, and the continuity of those in between that age to ensure that we fight for freedom and to protect those who would like to exploit our Constitution against us. So thank you all for coming. But let's get resolved on what's ahead of us. What's ahead of us is an election that is as crucial as any that we have ever seen. With individuals who are seeking to establish a system where we would no longer be able to perfect democracy, it won't exist. It is not about candidate A and candidate B. It is about the people. And if we run towards the people to organize them, and not run towards the podium to highlight our egocentric self, we will be stronger as a result.
So you see why I take credit for Derek, right? The other thing they say in the South, he got an old soul, so he's good. Part of the conversation this morning should include our future. I started by saying what happened 61, 62 years. Derek talked about what's happening this November. Part of the conversation you're hearing is that there are a group of people who have for some reason tuned out or saying, well, so-and-so sent me a stimulus check with his name on it. He must be good. Or someone said, well, they've not done anything to me. Why should I not support it? Well, I'm going to ask Derek to help answer that question. So when you start talking to the 18, 19, 20-year-olds about November, reflect back to when the young people came to Mississippi and other parts of the South during Freedom Summer. They came with a mission. And so that mission is now, how do we work with some of these young people who have somehow tuned out. So Derek, can you kind of address that?
Yeah, about a month ago, I was in Detroit, and I was meeting with a group of young people, but also formerly incarcerated. And they were talking about this year's election, which was a great conversation. I started by simply listening, because no one will want to be lectured to. Secondly, I also continued the conversation by gleaning as much information so I can be educated, because young people have stuff to share. But then thirdly, I began to respond to questions. There was one young man, and he was all of 27 years old, and his mother was there, actually. And she had been appointed the head of the parole board for southwestern part of Michigan. And it was a great accomplishment. And he talked about, it really doesn't make a difference who get elected, because you don't see any change and nothing has ever changed. And now he's all of 27 years old talking about no change. And I let him finish it because he was trying to make some valid points. And I want to make sure that I encourage him to continue to explore and not shut him down. So when he finished, and I said, it is a great accomplishment for your mother to be in that position, because she's the first person in that position. How do you reconcile the fact that she's there, but for the politics that have changed? Because just 10 years ago, your mother would not have been the head of the parole board. That's called change. And you're living in a household that's impacted by that change. He had never thought about that. You think about it, many of our young people, they're growing up in systems that no longer teach civics and social studies. And so as the conversation pursued, one of the gentlemen who I've known for a while, formerly incarcerated, served about 17 years in the state penitentiary, have come out and been an effective advocate. He began to talk about some of the conversations he's had and began to head towards the third-party candidate. Let him finish, made some great points. I said, now, in a two-party system, there isn't a third-party candidate. In a two-party system, there isn't a third-party candidate. And so if there's not a third-party candidate, if you vote for a third-party candidate, let me tell you what has happened historically. That in 2000, there was a gentleman that a lot of us will follow his consumer advice by the name of Ralph Nader. And Ralph Nader jumped in as a third-party candidate. And although we agreed with his positions, what functionally happened, we end up losing momentum because the outcome of that election was dependent on about 60,000 votes in Florida. And there was just enough votes shaved off so that it created a dynamic that triggered several things that had an impact on the African American community. I didn't care about candidate A or candidate B. But if candidate B would change policy that would open the door for the housing market crash in 2008, stripping black folks 30% of their wealth. Because that's what happened. That the relaxation of regulatory standards created a space where people were selling us bad mortgages for homes that we could not afford. And when the market crashed, 30% of wealth that was accumulated was stripped as a result of folks buying homes with bad mortgages. That's not about a person, that's about public policy. That because of that third-party candidate, we entered into a war in the Middle East that we should have never been in, where some folks came back in our community in body bags. But it also, that war was entered into right after they cut the taxes for the top 1%. And now we're fighting a war, and we broke only ballooning the debt, and we got this close from privatizing Social Security. So had we privatized Social Security as what was being advanced in the midst of us going into an economic crisis, on the backdrop of the worst housing market crisis that we had seen, many of you in this room would not have Social Security. Elections are not about the transaction of that one day, and in most cases, it's not about the individual, it is the long-term trajectory of where we're going. It is chess, not checkers, and we cannot fall prey to personalities. We must stay focused on public policy.
Well, and following that, as you know, a lot of young people who came to the initial Freedom Summer, they helped with their work, their blood, their sweat, their tears, and some their lives. So we were able to get all of the major civil rights legislation passed because of that engagement. And so what we have now, some 60 years later, is a new group of folk coming on the scene calling themselves MAGA. Now, you say, well, what party is that? Well, I'll let you be the judge. They were the people who said 3.5 years ago that your vote electing Joe Biden for president was a fraudulent vote. Election was stolen. That all those things, because of the work of people 60 years ago to get people registered to vote, was somehow illegal. That the fact that you voted an absentee ballot, or the fact that you helped other people go to the poll and vote and support the candidate of your choice, that somehow that made that election illegal. And so on January 6th, as most of you know, I chaired the committee that looked into what happened on January 6th. And so my job was to look at the facts and circumstances that brought January 6, 2021 about and make recommendations. And so for better part of 2 years, we did a lot of work. We went all over the country, we talked to people, because we wanted to get to the facts as to why in the greatest democracy in the world, people who would lose an election would then attack the citadel of democracy, somehow trying to convince you that the election was stolen. Well, I look back at the history of Mississippi. We all can talk about stolen elections. We can all talk about the fact that the best person didn't win. But never did anybody who lost ever think about tearing the courthouse in Enola down. We might have thought about it, but we didn't do it. And so this whole notion is that in the greatest democracy in the world, there were people who were so upset that they came to Washington at the president's invitation, who also said, when you come, it's going to be wild. Now, that wasn't prayer meeting. You know, wild is wild. And so now these mega folk want you to believe that what you saw with your own eyes didn't happen. They said, well, that was Black Lives Matter folk dressed up like Trump people. Or that was Antifa, which is not an organization, it's an ideology, dressed up like Trump people. Well, we know better, because what you saw with your own eyes really did happen. And so for 2 years, we looked into that, and we said, you know, Donald Trump invited people, he's the cause, and in the instance, you do know that the Justice Department tried to get us to give the records before we finished the work. And as chair, I said, I'm not going to do it. You're the prosecutorial, but you can do this now. I'm not going to let you take our work and then claim credit for it. No. So we presented it. We did the hearings. We invited Republicans to come. A few came, but they didn't tell the Republican story. Other folk didn't like it, but we said, if you come, you got to do it under oath, and if you catch you lying, we're going to charge you with perjury. So they didn't come. But I can tell you, with our work, we now have over 1,400 people who've been convicted, and we're still finding people on a regular basis. And look, as I said, all of us have been on the losing end of elections. We either went to court, we asked for a recount, and then at the end, when it didn't look good, say, I'll see you in 4 years. I'll go back, get my stuff together, and I'm coming back. And so many of you in this community, you've lost elections, but you are patriots, you believe in democracy. Freedom Summer was all about people coming, wanting a part of the country to enjoy the same benefits as other parts of the country enjoyed. And so that's the significance of it. But the question is that 60-year celebration all in vain if people don't continue the process? And continuing the process means that every election, you have to be engaged, you have to work, and you have to work for the candidate of your choice. Sometimes you work for one candidate. If that candidate doesn't prove themselves worthy, get you another. I mean, that's democracy. And so I say to the NAACP and other organizations, you have to help clear the fog. I wear glasses now. I get up in the morning, takes me a minute, right? I better find my glasses or else I'm in trouble. So the NAACP and other organizations now have to help us clear the air. We pay membership because they say what some of us still don't have the courage to say. You know what I'm saying? And so I say to Derek, what's your charge going forward for people looking at what's coming up in November? What should good people who are celebrating 60 years of Freedom Summer, what's the takeaway for them so that they can leave here with the charge that we still have work to do, and that those heroes and sheroes who gave their lives here so that we could be here today celebrating this 60 years would not have been in vain.
Right. So I'll say for anyone my age or younger, make sure you spend as much time with veterans of the civil rights movement as you possibly can. Why? We don't have time to make old mistakes. We got enough new mistakes to make. And so we can't do that unless we sit down and listen and study and understand so we won't make old mistakes. Secondly, the values of Freedom Summer was a group of leaders, a lot of leaders, who had enough courage and common sense to realize that change don't come from a microphone. Change come by going to the communities that you say you represent and work with the very people you say you're representing. Far too many of my contemporaries, I won't name them, they will rush to a microphone or post something on social media and claim that to be civil rights. No, those are announcements and pronouncements. That does not work. And so be clear about what you're doing. Freedom Summer represented a very clear strategy that was outcome driven, that the status quo and the activist community said you should not do. NAACP naturally didn't support Freedom Summer. Majority of the pastors, both in this community and the national leadership, didn't support Freedom Summer. Truth be told, Martin Luther King didn't participate in Freedom Summer at the level that people would think he did. It was a movement of local leadership who recognized that what happened in Chula, Mississippi can have an impact in DC, and that impact can be global. And that if we're working with local people to solve national and global problems, that is what movements are all about. And then finally, in this process of advancing freedom, let's recognize the strategic benchmarks of protecting gains and advancing opportunities. And in this season, that strategic benchmark is November. Not about candidate A or candidate B, it's about protecting strategic gains. I was talking to another group of folks who was real big on reparations. I said, okay, I agree with you, but how are we gonna get reparations if we can't even get a Supreme Court in Oklahoma to recognize 3 victims of the Tulsa riot and get a vote against? How are we gonna protect or advance reparations when we can't even protect voting rights? So the lofty conversation, the intellectual conversation, that's great. But let's come practical to where people are actually being impacted, and November is it. For the NAACP, but it's not just for the NAACP, it's for all of us, because it's not about one organization. Our goal is, how do we recruit 300,000 people to be volunteers to get infrequent voters to the polls in the 22 targeted states? Something that we can measure, that we build on over time, and that will have a direct impact on protecting gains made and advancing opportunities. Freedom Summer was about something that they could measure. How do we organize precinct caucuses, county conventions, and a state convention to challenge the Southern Democrats in how they were exclusionary in allowing for our vote and our voice to be a part of the public policy landscape? Measurable. And when doing that, they were able to organize and get to New Jersey only to get confronted by national leaders who say, well, y'all should take this deal. Which opened the door for some of those local individuals realize that some of the local folks were compromised. And it was, Fannie Lou Hamer says, 2 seats, we can't all fit in 2 seats. But what happened in that moment, it exposed globally the deficiencies in our democracy, forcing the question in the way in which many of us are sitting here today. Congressman Thompson sits in this seat as a result of Henry Kirksey having the foresight in the middle of all this, designing a strategy. He wasn't a lawyer, he was an economist. 14 years and 9 trips to the Supreme Court to open the door for the first black person to get elected out of Mississippi to Congress, and his predecessor wouldn't meet with the catfish workers who was trying to organize to go to the bathroom. Courage and common sense should tell any of us that if we fight and struggle this hard and this long, that people expect us to be accountable to the needs and interests that we represent. And the challenge for this room is, let's not make those old mistakes. Let's learn from the wisdom in the room as we develop the strategy for the day and look at the future.
Yeah, well, there you have it. Derek says it so wonderfully, and let me again say that we have to remember the past, but we should not let the future repeat the bad things of the past. And so you use all these celebrations as learning opportunities as to how we can be better. And you know, we don't all have to agree on everything. That doesn't mean that we're not working for the common good. We're just having different approaches to the discussion. And so in that spirit, I want us to remember what's going on here now, but let's also remember that after we leave, there's work to be done, and that work to be done continues. We have to do it right, and I have to courage and common sense. I want you to remember that. Derek talked about it. I talked about it. And anytime somebody comes up to you and say, well, you might not like what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it. Don't say it. Because you really don't have the courage to claim it yourself. You know what I'm talking about. So in that spirit of all the young people who came to the South, the 3 young men who died in Neshoba County, and all the other individuals who came to this Freedom Summer movement, we recommit ourselves to continuing, not on one hand to let those memories die, but also pledge ourselves that we will continue to carry forth the work and not let the system define how we think. You know, we have to do it for ourselves. Don't let the people who continue to hold you back tell you how you ought to think. You know, I mean, it's, you know, those wore out books that I had to learn from as a child, because I never had new textbooks as a child. Didn't find out until I was in high school that those were the books that the white kids had worn out and sent to my school. But my teacher said, if I can get it in your head, they can't take it from me. Thank you very much.
I want to recognize a few people, because that continuum I talk about, it still exists, right? So where space was created for me and Nashambi, if she's in the room, to participate, it is incumbent upon us to create space as well. So Charles Taylor, who is now the executive director at ACP, who was a member of the Civil Rights Civil Liberties Club in the 11th grade and started from that point. Amber Thomas, who walked out of her high school in the 12th grade to do it. It was incumbent upon us. I see Mamie Kettle back there and so many others that Reverend James is holding the space so we can be able to pass this along. For those who are matured in the movement, create space for people. It's okay you don't agree with them. NACP is but one vehicle. There's so many others. You support our young people, because if they're fighting for the freedom and liberation of our community, that's the fight we align with. It doesn't matter whether they pick another vehicle compared to your vehicle. At the end of the day, what Congressman Thompson told me when I worked in the DC office, your job is to help black people. You're gonna make some mistakes, that's okay, as long as you're helping black folks. But if you make a mistake and you ain't helping black folks, then we got a problem. Our job is to help our community. And if we help our community, we're gonna make some mistakes. And when we help our community successful, it's gonna support other communities. But don't apologize for being black. Don't apologize for the fight that you are in, and don't concede your position because someone's challenge you or question what you're doing. At the end of the day, if you're helping our community, do it with vigor, strength, and stand strong. Peace and power.
Yeah. You know, the last thing I'll say, you know, when I'm like, I'll be at church here tomorrow, so, you know, you can't ever close the service out, but I want all hearts and minds to be clear. Our real challenge is to just never give up. And when you help black people, white people benefit too. You know, when you bring running water to communities, when you bring better housing, the majority of the lumber you buy is from white businesses, the majority of the pipe you buy. So, but if you've been on the bottom all these years, then there's nothing wrong with trying to lift people up. When I was the mayor of Bolton, Mississippi, I had to fight. I'm done after this. The opposition came to me, and they fought hard. This is a little old one-horse town, and they fought hard. I had to go to the Fifth Circuit in New Orleans to win, and it was only because of the Voting Rights Act that Freedom Summer helped get passed. And so the final comment that I got from my opposition said, you know, you really don't know why we don't want you. I said, no, because I was born in Bolton, I went to school, I went to church in Bolton. They said, we think you gonna treat us like we treated you. And that was instructive. And so that's not the goal. The goal is for you to come to that little town, and you're gonna have to ask where the black people live. You don't have to look at the housing and say, oh, that's where the black people live. Or you don't have to go across the track where they don't have sidewalks, they don't have places for our children to play. That's the goal. And that's when you help a community that's been left out all these years. That's how you help black people. And so that's the exciting part about it, is because we're not gonna leave, we're gonna stay here, but we want the same things that the framers of the Constitution put together. And in order for that, you got to have laws, and you got to have good people with courage and common sense to carry it out. Thank you so much. Oh, okay.
We talk a lot about what they are not getting. They're not getting civic education. They're not getting this. They're not getting that. Where in the world, when are we going to start giving them this from the community? If they're not getting in their school, then it's our job in our communities to do it. Who's doing that? And if I try to do that every day. I've been back in my community for the last 10 years. And have invested over the tune of $500,000 in these young people. But these kids don't know. I asked them what happened on January 6th. We don't know what happened January 6th. Who's teaching it to them? So what organizations are out there besides mine that can help put the spotlight on our children and teach them what they need to do? Is it a political issue? Is it an organizational issue? Whose issue is it to make sure that we're taking care of our children? They don't know what Freedom Summer is because we, as black people, are not teaching it to them. That's all I want to say. I don't really need an answer.
So, it's a quick answer. It is incumbent upon this community, when y'all elect people to serve on their school board, when y'all elect people to appoint the members on that school board, to do what's necessary for the kids. There is no alternative to the tax dollars that y'all are spending to educate our children, other than to demand the education of our children to reflect how they can be stronger citizens. There's no outside organization other than the organization of people in this county to ensure your tax dollars are being directed properly.
Thank you
This
very much.
is a black county and a majority black, every board you can name it.
He's right.
You have white attorneys that should be black. You have white contractors who don't live in this community. And you have scared Negroes who ain't doing what they need to do to ensure the very thing that you talked about.
Okay, thank you very much. We have to close the panel out now. This discussion could go for the next 2 weeks. But I appreciate Congressman Thompson and Brother Derek. aldermen, members of county boards of supervisors, how we've had positions on school boards. At this point, all of those things are now appear to be threatened by a lot of the fear and anxiety of others. I'll be first to admit, I think the United States of America kind of got a false impression when we elected our one and only African-American president. I think a lot of people believe the election of Barack Obama signified that everything in this country was okay. That now the things that the people in this room fought for had come to fruition. We have a black president, and so you all ought to be all right. What we want to discuss with this panel is that may have been the culminating moment up to this point, and that at that moment we exercise a real strength in going to the polls and voting for the candidate of our choice. How do we keep that momentum going? How do we keep the fear and anxiety of others from slowly but surely taking away everything that this group worked for up to this point? And the members of this panel will be given an opportunity to discuss what they see, what they think, and then we'll try to relay that information out to you all. So we'll start with Representative Anthony, and then we'll move right on our panel.
Well, again, we want to thank our moderator, and I also want to say this to those in the back. We sat very attentively and very quietly while others were up here, and we want to be respectful to the group that's up here now. And I want to first, I want to recognize my mother who is here and my wife. And I start off because we talk about the shoulders that we stand on. I am Otis Anthony. My father was Otis Sr., who was an elected official here and taught at Gentry High School for a number of years. My grandmother, my maternal grandmother and grandfather was the Reverend N.A. and Claudine Tolliver Brantley. And my paternal grandmother was Miss Lily C. Galvin. And so one of the things that they taught me is that you do not have the luxury of being mediocre. You do not have the luxury of sitting back and just complaining. You have to get in the game. You got to get your hands dirty. Don't just complain about an issue, but do something about it. And so we got involved in, before I was elected, involved in community organizing and community activities. In being involved in the community, knowing that there was a need and we met that need. And then I sought elected office. And so I want to preface what I'm about to say with this. You know, Mark Twain said that a lie would travel around the world before the truth put on its shoes. And that was a misinformed statement made from this podium on yesterday, that the legislators that we have now are the most quietest. And the Mississippi Legislative Black Caucus is the quietest that we've ever seen it. Well, let me let you hear this morning. When you look at the very building that you're sitting in, that you are enjoying, a little over $2 million came from state funding under my watch. Some of the accoutrements that you enjoyed on last night at the B.B. King Museum, when I first got there, they needed some money. And we know that policy without any money is a worthless piece of paper. And so we have to put money behind what we talk about. When you take our very own, and Representative Zakiya Summers is here, and she can attest to the work that we do in the legislature. So when the city of Indianola and communities call about infrastructure improvements, a little over $1.5 million to these communities in the 6 years that I've been there. When we needed some transitional homes for those who were homeless, the veterans, $300,000 under my watch. When you talk about boys' dorms at the Mississippi Delta Community College, and they were living in conditions worse than parchment, $7.5 million. So we can talk about policy, but at the end of the day, if you don't put any money behind the policy, then you have a worthless piece of paper. And so when we cannot be accused of doing the same things that we fight against on the other side every day by making statements with no facts. And so for those who say that this is the quietest that the legislators, especially black legislators, have been, I say, because I'm there and I haven't seen them there at the Capitol, I say that maybe it's time that you go and get your hearing checked. Because I have been taught that you let others do the bragging and do the talking, you go do the work. And so what we have done, a little over $30 million within this district from federal and state appropriations in the Mississippi Delta, because the Mississippi Delta has been overlooked, that's what I speak through, is through actions and not just talking. So I want to begin my conversation with that and welcome all of you all to House District 31.
I love it. I love it. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nsé Ufot. Thank you. Hi, sister. Up until about a year and a half ago, I ran an organization called the New Georgia Project. And the New Georgia Project, which is probably best known for having helped register 700,000 young people and people of color to vote in all 159 of Georgia's counties. And the reason why those 700,000 black people and people of color voting mattered and still matter to this day is because when we think about a place like Georgia, when we think about places like Mississippi, it is in fact examples of what the multiracial, multi-generational, multi-ethnic, multilingual democracy can actually look like. I think that people assume that just because a place is majority black or majority people of color, that it somehow is going to translate into the politics or policies that actually serve those communities. And we have example after example after example of a majority black, majority Democratic city, town, county where the conditions are just as hostile as ever for working people, for poor people, for women and femmes, for children. And so it's really important for us to have some conversations about the limitations of representation. So, I know this, I'm not gonna be the first person to tell you that everybody that's my color is not my kind, right? And so when we start thinking about black leadership, or in some instances, black misleadership, particularly in elected office, but also with respect to organizations, I think it's time for us to interrogate again what that means. And so that is what we've been doing in our work in Georgia. So Mississippi has the largest complement of black elected officials, right, in the state legislature. Georgia is right behind them. And yet we're in a place where the minimum wage is $5.15 an hour, below the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. That people are very proud of Atlanta and our business class and the elite. And yet, if you're born black and poor in Atlanta, you're like 90% likely to die black and poor in Atlanta. And so thinking about what we've gained since 1964 and what we've lost, and I didn't want to come up here with hot takes. And so I spent a period of sober reflection, and there are a couple of things and a couple of patterns that we're going to recognize. And one of them is that as we make progress, it's always 10 steps forward and then 2 steps backwards on the path to progress. We see that in Mississippi, we see that in Georgia, we see that throughout the country. So, real quick. Registered 700,000 young people, black folks, people of color, in all 159 of Georgia's counties. There's an opportunity to give America its first black woman governor in leader Stacey Abrams. There's an opportunity to raise the minimum wage. There's an opportunity to protect the land that Gullah and Geechee people and black folks have been holding on to in coastal Georgia for quite some time. There's an opportunity to stop Cop City and build a police playground using our tax dollars. And what happens? Right? Why haven't we realized those things? I think there's a couple of things that I'm observing. And again, one is we're making 10 steps forward, 2 steps backwards, but also 2, that every generation confronts its elders and confronts its leaders. And as we're thinking about the politics, particularly black politics and black progress, each generation, because of the work that has been done previously, has increased demands. They have an increased appetite for justice. There's more clarity about the fact that there's nothing wrong with black people. In fact, there's nothing wrong with women, and there's nothing wrong with poor people. That in fact, what you're looking at is people responding to an oppressive set of conditions that some folks have learned to live with. And some folks have learned to survive within. Some folks have learned how to profit for themselves and the people that they are in community with and that they are aligned with. But having a handful of black billionaires has not in any way resulted in the economic security that we're looking for black Americans, period, right? Those are lessons that we're learning, right? And these young people who, again, have seen and tasted a world where we get closer and closer to what looks like free. So when they tell you that they see a free Palestine tied up with and locked into the liberation and a free Atlanta, or a free Miami-Dade County, or a free St. Louis, or a free Sunflower County, don't assume that they are unsophisticated. What we're talking about is the idea that we are, so y'all will forgive me, and I'm gonna pass it to our dear brother. I'm an Atlanta public school graduate. So we, as you can imagine, are raised on a steady diet of Martin Luther King quotes. It's like our second language. And so oftentimes, people will say, the arc of the moral universe is long, but that it bends towards justice. And when people invoke that quote, it's often to talk about what work you are doing to bend the arc, right? How are you laboring to bend the arc of the universe towards justice? In this moment, I've been focusing on the fact that it's long, that it's very long, right? That the things that we are fighting for today, we may not actually see or realize in our lifetimes, but that we must maintain perspective, and that each of us is responsible for carrying on our work and bending the arc and doing the work of bending the arc and passing the baton, right? And so we are a part of a protracted, but also multi-generational fight. I'm super grateful to SNCC veterans and our elders and folks who got us to where we are today. And I'm beyond grateful and inspired by these young people who say that we can do more, and in fact are waiting for their opportunity to continue the fight, to continue to build the world that we deserve to live in. And I'm not gonna ignore either generation just because I'm not particularly situated in there. But again, I'm super happy to be here. I have definitely edited and moderated my hot takes because there is work being done, and I'm super excited to continue this conversation.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank everyone that has taken the time out over the past couple of days to travel to Indianola, Mississippi to participate in this wonderful event. I'm a lifelong resident of Indianola and Sunflower County, and I want to say that we do not take this for granted, that we are here convening, discussing what has transpired over the past 60 years. So this is a major celebration. Thank you all for coming from near and far to come to our community to have this conversation. My name is Adrian Brown, and I'm a lifelong resident of here of Indianola and Sunflower County. I grew up in a household of two parents that were public school educators. My mom was a public school English teacher. My late father was the principal at Gentry High School, the high school that is here in Indianola, for over 30-something years. I grew up in a household that education was the foundation that trained us and guided us how to navigate through life challenges. Life is not going to be fair, it hasn't been fair, and it won't never be fair when you're on the struggle for equality, public rights, civil rights. Sunflower County is very unique, is that it is at the center of the civil rights movement. The White Citizens Council was founded here in Sunflower County. That's very powerful. So the conversation this morning is, how do we protect the political gains that we've achieved over the past 60 years? And then taking what the congressman said and Mr. Johnson said, what do we do in year 61, year 62, year 63, and so on? And my perspective is a little different because I am a trained community planner. My training is in urban and regional planning, so planners look at things from a organization standpoint to look at how you can connect policy, government, the grassroots community. All those things have to be connected in order to achieve prosperity and growth. Here in Sunflower County, traditionally, with our county government, it's always been about roads and bridges, paving roads, fixing drainage and bridges. But it's never been about the social services or people. And people are the ones that keep communities thriving. For the first time, I can say from my experience of having worked with Sunflower County local government, Sunflower County has received more money than it has ever received for social service projects in the past 4 or 5 years. We have 2 federal grants totaling $1.5 million, a drug court treatment grant and also a juvenile treatment court grant. So we have one for families, we have one for juvenile treatment. That's unheard of. Actually, when the grant was funded, there was some resistance here by the power structure that did not want to truly see that type of work being done, or their knowledge of the work that needed to be done probably did not align with our Chancery Court and what the Chancery Court was trying to implement. And so protecting political gains, how do we protect those gains? It all starts with having a strategy. You have to know what you're doing, you have to be knowledgeable, and you can't be afraid to discuss and talk with people. Sometimes people ideas that do not align with yours, you still have to have those tough conversations. And that's my little bit that I like to add to begin this conversation. You have to be uncomfortable in order to be able to have progress. Just because people do not align with your vision and your forethought does not mean that they are the enemy. It just means that they may not have lived your experience. So how do we convey to someone that cannot even relate to your experience? How do you find middle ground and common ground, and then collectively working together to have strength and unity and have common sense?
That's my frat brother. Okay, so I heard a couple of different things, and I want to go through. All right, Brother Anthony said we need some money. All right. Attorney Nsay said that we need strong voter registration. She said 700, how many?
700,000.
700,000 new people registered to vote. Dr. Brown said we need a strategy. Okay, so putting those things together, how do we, one, take the power of the vote? How do we then strategize after we have elected officials to get things back to the community that we need? How do we pay for them? That appears to be a singular line. So can you elaborate, Attorney Nsay, on what Georgia did to get 700,000 people registered and to the polls to vote?
Yeah. So let me start by saying that focusing on the vote, I'm gonna say it. I know that I'm being filmed. I don't actually care about voting at all. Voting is a tool. It is a tool that can be used in order to build the world that we want to live in, to build the cities, to build the communities, to build the counties, to build the country that we want to live in. Full stop. And so money, voting, strategy, all of it, for me, what it is that we need, what it is that we did in Georgia, it requires organization. So Stacey Abrams, she was a leader in the Georgia legislature. President Obama had passed or fought for the Affordable Care Act. There's Medicaid expansion all over the country, except for places like Georgia. The federal government, and Mississippi. The federal government offered a 90-10 match. So the money was there, right? And the strategy was there. The idea that people should not go into debt because they're ill, because they're sick, right? And that this was a priority of citizens all across the country and a priority of their leaders. But the mean racists who occupy the Georgia State Legislature and the Chamber of Commerce business-aligned folk who think that if we give them a little bit of what they want, that somehow I will be able to profit, turn down the 90-10 match, right? So they use their political and racist, white supremacist, ideological opposition to what they derisively called Obamacare, and left millions of dollars on the table that without question led to the deaths of many Georgians and continue to lead to unnecessary deaths of Georgians to this day because we've still yet to expand Medicaid. And we also have a critical mass of Black Democrats elected in the Georgia state legislature. So we're knocking on doors. They're about to expand the Affordable Care Act. We're gonna encourage people to go into the exchange, or lest they get penalized the next time they file their taxes. And we were knocking on doors and talking to working people, talking to folks in rural Georgia, talking to poor folks, talking to Black people. And they were like, wait, well, first of all, I've been working 10, 20, 30, 40 years and ain't had health insurance up to this point. Now you want me to pay for it. And because the Republicans in Georgia are leaving money on the table, I'm gonna have to pay a bunch of money for health insurance that barely covers anything. Right? And so, but then they wanted us to be on the door telling people that this is a good thing. You need this, right? And so it dawned on us at this time that, one, people were deeply frustrated about what wasn't happening for them in Georgia, but that as much as we were talking about what wasn't getting done in Washington, that it was people in Atlanta, in the state legislature, who were making it more difficult, who refused to raise the minimum wage above $5.15. It was people down in Atlanta who were leaving money on the table that was gonna go to other states who had made the choice to expand Medicaid, right? And so if we couldn't there's so much that is available to us, but without power, without people power, without organization, it is left up to a few individuals who show up to all the meetings, right? Who run for office all the time, right? That what we were imagining in Georgia is an effort where everybody did what they could, when they could, with what they had, so that we continue to build the arc, right? And we built organizations, and I feel like that's so important. I think that people like to focus on the superhero and the Messiah narrative, right? But Reverend Warnock, right, now Senator Warnock, right, is an individual. And so when you think about the limitations of the United States Senate, we don't have additional protections for the Voting Rights Act. In fact, are likely to be faced with additional challenges and additional gutting to the Voting Rights Act and this cheesecloth right now, right? That we look at, reproductive rights. That Roe versus Wade was 49 years of legal precedence. And when we think about, Mississippi is a red state or Georgia is a red state, and people like to talk about what can't get done. Total ban on reproductive rights and services in Mississippi. And guess what? When people ignored it and said, well, that's just Mississippi, that's just how they do, that you ignore Mississippi at your own peril. You ignore Georgia at your own peril. You ignore Alabama at your own peril. Mississippi is where every American's reproductive rights died when Dobbs versus Jackson became the law of the land, right? Alabama and its personhood bill, they tried to ban IVF, misquoting the Bible in Alabama Supreme Court precedent. So what I'm telling you is that the effort that we built in Georgia was designed to, one, talk to people. So when we started talking to folks and talking to Black folks and listening to people, folks will tell you what their pain points are. They will tell you what their priorities are, right? And then we get to work. And again, it's not about a superhero. It's not about a messiah. It's not about a person with all the great words and the great suit and the hard bottom shoes that's gonna come and inspire us and lead us through marches, right? That there's nothing wrong with Black people, that we are responding to an oppressive set of conditions, that there are people when they have choices about how to govern in a way that benefits everyone, choose repeatedly, consistently to make decisions in their own interest and to make policy that causes harm, right? So if it's climate, if it's police brutality, if it's farming, right? If it's clean water, right? Whatever it is, the lesson from Georgia was that aligning yourself and finding a political home, right? And aligning yourself with people who share your values and who will continue to organize around an issue. Aligning yourself with folks when there is discipline and commitment to an issue and commitment to making progress over time is what happened. It wasn't sexy, right? We had been toiling in the dirt, in the Georgia red clay for a decade before things started to pop. Right? But that consistency, that commitment, that clarity, that we are responding to conditions, that there are policies that could be changed, that there are resources that could be added to an effort, and that there's not something wrong with Black people. We don't have access to wealth because we are financially illiterate. You don't need to sell people financial literacy courses and somehow that's going to lead to the accumulation of wealth and wealthier school districts and wealthier communities and wealthier families. No, the value of our labor is being taken. Right? That wealth is being hoarded, that our tax dollars are being used to invest in things that don't serve us, that don't serve our communities. And so it's an inside-outside strategy. It's public, it's private, it's political, and it's business. It's not either or, and it don't require some special person with all the great words and a turn of a phrase. It is each of us doing what we can, when we can, with what we have to build the Mississippi, to build the Sunflower County, to build the Fulton County that our families deserve to live in.
So if we're losing out, it appears we're losing out a lot on the local level. State, all politics are local. In our state legislatures, our county governments, parish governments in Louisiana, how do we get the focus off of the federal level? Mostly when we talk about elections, we appear to be singularly focused on the president. Yet it's the state legislatures that are making all of these decisions that are ruining our everyday existence. How do we get people to move the focus from Washington to their backyards and their neighborhoods? Do we have an effective idea or effective strategy to get them to look, let's start small, I guess, and then move up? Do you all have an inclination of how we educate our communities to first fix the politics in their own yard and then look to the national level?
I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna be real quick. That you have twice as many ears as you do mouths. And so when I'm talking to voters, when we're talking to people, when we're organizing, we're asking people questions. What do you care about? What is the thing that keeps you up at night? Like, what is the thing that you can't stand to see continue? Folks will tell you, people will tell you the things that they hate. Well, I will. I'm very good at telling, I don't like this, I don't like that, I don't like him, right? I'm not unique in that, right? Oftentimes, those things are tied to city council decisions, county council decisions. And so what needs to happen is in that conversation, we need to be connecting the dots. But the first thing is asking people, because if you tell people, like people are like, the police response time, that's not that's not an act of Congress. Biden can't do nothing about that, right? That is city council and most likely the mayor in your town, depending on how the police department is set up. So I would start by asking people what they care about, the thing that they can't stand to see continue, or the like big hope and desire that they have for themselves and their communities. Because when they tell you what it is, they're also telling you what they're most likely willing to put in work for. Right? And so then you're recruiting people on an issue that they've already told you that they care about, right? And 9 times out of 10, that is a local issue. It is related to the school board in some cases, which is definitely a terrain where we can be powerful and where we can do battle. A city council, by definition, they're required to live in your town, which means I can reach out and touch you, right? Asking questions.
I would just like to add, first of all, you have to be in love with the politics of trying to change your community. You have to be in love with it, because if you just like it, it's not going to happen. You have to love it. Just like you love your wife or your husband, you have to really love this work. And so how do we educate our communities, our local citizens? It all goes back, from my perspective, to education. If you would take just a regular citizen off the street and you may ask them who's the president, or can you tell me the difference between the United States Senate or the United States House of Representatives? If you took 10 people, probably 3 or 4 probably could give you the answer in some communities. And so you have to educate people on the process, the political process, and once they have a good understanding, then they would become more actively engaged in strategizing and organizing, making an attempt to try to improve their communities.
I definitely agree with my co-panelists here. It is you have to know the heart of the people. You have to know those that you represent. You have to be a keen listener. Nobody wants you to tell them what they want. You know, there was a comment that was made on social media. You know, people are very, very courageous on social media. I mean, they get a backbone on social media that they don't have in person. But there was a comment made by a state official that we have too many hospitals. And I almost dropped my phone. Because it's easy for you to say we have too many hospitals when you have one in your backyard. It's easy for you to say what we have too many of when it's not your citizens dying on the side of the highway because they can't get to a hospital. It's easy for you to say that when you're coming in only twice a year and hunting and going back to your neighborhoods and your communities where you have access to health care, basic health care. I don't know when health care has become a political issue. We're talking about the lives of human beings. And so, as they both said, you have to have passion for the work that you do, but you also have to know what the people want. And so anything that we get up here in the Delta, which we have been traditionally left behind and left out, when you starve a area economically, it's easy for you to say, well, there's not enough people up there. Well, we got plenty of people. We got plenty of resources. If it's good enough for you to come hunt on, it's good enough for you to live on. Am I right about it? And so if we are able to create opportunities in other areas of the state, we can create those same opportunities right here. This state put $200 million in the middle of nowhere to build a factory. And my question was, we got a lot of nowhere up here in the Delta. And so this is what our charge is. How do I know that? Because we listen to the people. We know what they need. And so another thing that was mentioned in the earlier group is everyone has a job. As a legislator, my job is to introduce legislation that will hopefully get passed into law, and also approve the state budget. That's what my job is. I work with advocates who actually do the work. They're on the front lines. They know the statistics. They know where the area of needs are. So I work with them. I work with community persons who are gatekeepers in the community, and all of the gatekeepers are not elected. All of the gatekeepers don't wear suits and ties. It's Big Mama and Mud Deer. They're sitting on the front porch. They know when the folks leaving. They know who at home. They know what the folks talking about in the community, and will tell you you ain't doing nothing. So it takes all of us working together. We are not one against the other. We're not fighting. We should be fighting against each other. We need the grassroots workers. We need the ones that are going to the doors and the homes, and they're sitting down talking to the people so they can bring the information back to us so we can create policy and put some money behind the policy so we can change our lives. Because again, you can create all the laws and ordinances that you want, but if no money behind it, you have nothing. Love, as Johnny Taylor told y'all, makes the world go round, but money greases the wheels. Are y'all with me? If you didn't get that, love is a 5-letter word. Am I right, brother Elder? M-O-N-E-Y? All right? So you got to have both. You got to have all of them working. And so they're exactly right. You got to know what the people want, and you got to love this work. It has to be in your heart.
But can I add one thing, though? We need to stop letting these elected officials play in our faces about where there is and is not money. Yes. Because when I look at, just for example, a Tate Reeves, right? And I say, $77 million to feed women and children. That feels really important. I don't know what Brett Favre has to do with that, right? Like a retired football player. But when you tell me that there isn't no money, I feel like you need to stop lying and stop playing in our face. And so that's what political power also is like, is that there are resources that when we look at a budget and we look at their political priorities, that oftentimes it is being used. Let me tell you, when we were in a pandemic and people stopped shopping, right, and there were people stopped going to stores, the way that they stimulated the economy, the way that checks were written with all like swiftness, right? That there are resources for things that we want and that we need. And so we shouldn't allow them to keep telling us that our priorities are too expensive, because it's BS. So that's all I wanted to say.
And I'd like to also piggyback on Representative Anthony said, and my sister right here to my left. You know, once you get the money into your communities, then that's when the true work comes in. You can send all the money in the world to a community to transform the community, but if the people that are in charge of the money don't know what to do with it, then you have nothing. And so when you look in the state of Mississippi, from a community development and planning standpoint, there are very few minority planners, very few minority civil engineers, very few minority architects. And those firms are the ones that are facilitating the actual work that's being done on the ground. And so from an intergenerational standpoint, I think it also goes back to training and educating our communities and our students that, hey, there are careers in civil engineering, there are careers in planning and development, there are careers in architecture in rural communities such as throughout the Mississippi Delta.
Okay. I'm going to ask one question and then I'm going to run hide. And then afterward, we'll take Q&A, okay? We'll take a few questions from the choir. There has to be a distinction, I think, between capitulation and compromise. Sometimes I think that some of our leaders and elected officials don't know the difference between the two. Whereas they will, how do we get away from the all or nothing philosophy sometimes that I think some of our leaders, that position that we've seen to take on some issues that sometimes does not lead to productive outcomes for our communities. So if you don't give us everything we want, we'll stand on, we will fight for it, knowing it's not likely that we will get it, so thereby getting nothing. How do we deal with that type of political, I think, philosophy that sometimes doesn't yield good results?
Yeah, one of the things that you have to do is you got to develop, and as a good friend of mine always says, you have to foster the right relationships. There are some good people who want to do the right thing, but you got to have a conversation with them. And you have to develop a relationship where people will be able to trust you, number one. And number two, you're not going to ever get everything that you want. In no organization, in no structure, no body of government, you're not going to get everything you want. You fight for it, but you're not going to get it. But one of the things that we have, and we learned early on, is if you develop the right relationship, sometimes you may not have your name on the piece of legislation, but you can find somebody on the other side who share the same values as you, and you can allow them to get the ball over the finish line. As long as the work is being done, it shouldn't matter whose name is on it, right? But if you go into a conversation, if you go into a negotiation saying, if I can't have it all and I'm not going to get anything, you just hurt the people who sent you there to advocate for them. So you got to develop, first it starts with the relationship. And also you have to know what it is that you want when you go in there. You got to have a line. You got to have some asks. Sometimes in small communities, they don't know what to ask for. I say ask for what you need. Ask for what you want. And so you have to know, one, what it is that you want. And two, you got to develop the right relationships to be able to get those things done. Because there's always more than one way to get to Walmart, right? Big Mama says more than one way to skin a cat, right? So if you know what you want, then you can develop a strategy to get there. Does that make sense?
For me, it's always been about strategy. The strategy being a student of the political process. When I attempt to discuss policy with people that I have nothing in common with, I don't just jump right into the issue at hand that I'm trying to discuss. I've already done my homework on the people or the communities that I'm working with. I know about their mother, their father, their children, things that are going on in their lives. And so you have to have a strategy about finding common ground. We're all human beings, we all bleed red. And so no one wants bad schools, everyone wants clean drinking water, everyone wants decent and safe housing, everyone wants businesses in their communities that are thriving. We all have those things in common. So you start with the commonalities that you have, and then you begin to work on your differences.
Stay on their ass, full stop. Like, I know that as an individual, I don't have the ability to follow every piece of legislation, every vote, right? Which is why I go back to organization. Listen, not only, I'm a preacher's kid, and I'm a Southerner, right? So I subscribe to the Georgia Mass Choir theory of organizing, right? Which is that the reason that the Georgia Mass Choir can hold such a powerful note for so long is that each individual vocalist is holding their note. Not only that, we know that regardless of what's going on in your life, whatever competing personal or professional obligations you have, that on Tuesday and Thursday is choir rehearsal. Every Tuesday at 7 o'clock, every Thursday at 7 o'clock is choir rehearsal. So that is consistency and discipline and organization and like clarity about why we are here and what we are doing. And it doesn't require any individual to come to all the choir rehearsals. So one, the way that we hold people's feet to the fire and make sure that they understand the difference between capitulation and compromise. Our good brother Otis does not have these problems, by the way, right? Is that you stay on their ass. Full stop. And make sure that they know that they work for you. Full stop.
Y'all heard that, didn't you? All right, so we have time for a few questions. If anyone in the crowd has any, we'll pass the microphone around. Okay, don't get quiet now. We couldn't hush you up 15 minutes ago. All right.
Y'allarethebomb.com. And my question is for actually two of you. One of you is Insei. You talked a little bit earlier about organizations and being one of the founders of New Georgia Project and all of the work that you did to register 700,000 young people, which is a huge, like, I don't think we talk about how people do that enough. People say that they do it, but then they can't prove what they did. Right. And you actually had all of the volunteers out in the streets knocking on doors every single day, and that's a huge apparatus. Right. And so as we talked about yesterday on one of our panels, like Cortland was saying, we don't need to focus on individual candidates. We need to build in our community real power. And you talked about you mentioned organizations, but I'm hoping you can sort of explain to all of us, in your experience, what do organizations need to be successful, to have an apparatus that large? Right. And how do you sustain it? And I know there's money to that, but avoid the money answer and give us, like, what else do we need to build strong? There aren't enough. Yep. And we don't need to talk about this, but we tried to do that with Black Lives Matter and it fell to the ground.
I understand.
So the question is, because you did it successfully and it's still here and it's still doing work, what do we need to learn from that experience that you had?
Yeah. Thank you for that question, because it's my favorite thing to think about and to experiment with. So a couple things. As you can imagine, doing voter registration and voting rights work in Georgia is pretty challenging, especially in Atlanta. You literally can't go anywhere without somebody telling you that they marched with Martin Luther King. And it is, quite frankly, the gift and the curse, right? Because what it means is that people have very, very strong opinions about what it takes to get this work done. What it also means is that there were a whole bunch of people who made a whole bunch of money because the DNC, the RNC, the DCCC, the DLCC, the RLCC, and these presidential campaigns would come into town. And they had their favorite black pastor, their favorite black lawyer, their favorite black leader, who would be like, just give me the money and I'll make sure that we turn the people out. And that wasn't organization, that was an individual. That was a charismatic individual who had, like, nice suits and everybody knew him, but it wasn't an investment in black political power. It wasn't an investment in independent black political power. It was an investment in pastor chicken grease. And so when I tell you that that was one of the challenges that needed to be solved for, because there are black people in these communities who want things, who need things, and are willing to fight for them, and people need organization, people need a vehicle. But so one of the first things that we did was that we went on a listening tour, and we went around the state to introduce ourselves. That the enemies of progress aren't always the people in the white sheets. That sometimes there are people who have figured out how to navigate the toxic existing system that we're in, and because they figured it out, like they're not particularly interested in changing a system. So when we said we wanted to register 20,000 people in Columbus, Georgia, and they would be like, nah, the NAACP does that. We went to go see about the NAACP, right? And we went to go talk to them, and we went to figure out what the operation looks like, and we went to figure out how to add to it and how to contribute to it, right? How to flank one another so that we actually get this work done. How to make sure that they knew that if they attacked one leader, it didn't matter because we was going to be out on knocking on doors registering the next day, right? That when they went and arrested a whole crew of our canvassers and said that they accused them of casing the neighborhood to do home invasions, that when they although I've never met a robbery crew that wore t-shirts all the same and had clipboards, but whatever. But when they arrested all of our canvassers and accused them of planning a home invasion, that we had 20 people out there knocking on doors the next day. What did you think, right? So one is real clarity about the conditions in which you are organizing in, and what are the scenarios, doing scenario planning, what are all of the ways and things that could prevent us from being successful. 2, people need to know you and trust you and build trust. So many people are used to the grand opening, grand closing nature of community work, right? Like one of these campaigns coming through with a big bag, right? And spreading the money around, and people will be able to benefit from it temporarily, but I know and you know that y'all gonna be gone after the election, right? So I'm gonna do what I gotta do to get the money. You gonna do what you gotta do to get whatever results you need, and we can go on our separate ways. That's transactional. That's not transformational. That's not relationships, right? That's people doing what they gotta do to mark off a particular checklist. We wanted something different. We wanted something more. So not only did we come and bring resources, but we hired folks locally. We partnered with people locally. Our offices were, we did what we could to rent from people locally, and the goal was to stay there, what does it look like to build organization in these places? And then I think the last thing is just constantly interrogating and challenging conventional political wisdom. So people would be like, these are the counties where you do this work, and here's why, and these are the people that you talk to. Why? What have they won, right? Who is there? Why? What's important? There are no assumptions that we made. And also just being informed by the data, going to where our people are, right? Like that is important. If you want to win statewide in Georgia, you got to go through the rural black belt. There's no way around it, right? And so what we realize is that we've been losing in the rural black belt because people didn't think we could win. And I don't believe in just thinking it and making it so, right? These aren't the politics of manifestation, right? What I'm saying is that getting there and being guided by the numbers and understanding that everybody who tried to do a black political campaign program in Atlanta was always focusing on Atlanta. But if you want to win in Georgia, you got to go to Macon, right? You got to go to Albany. You have to go to Valdosta. You have to get outside of Atlanta. So regardless of how it makes you feel, regardless of how big the task is or how big the challenge is, that looking at the numbers, looking at the data, being informed by it, and creating plans around that, right? When you tell me that you want to recruit 300,000 volunteers across the country to knock on doors, I'm going to ask you where they coming from, where are we going, who is going to be responsible, who's responsible for this 10,000, that 10,000 until we get to 300,000. I'm gonna ask you about your timeline, and I'm going to have that level of discipline and that level of rigor with my entire program, because that is what black people deserve. I believe that we deserve the best, including our political leadership, our political campaigns, and our political organizations. And so I'm going to demand that.
Okay, we have time for one more question. Do we have another question?
Can I ask the question?
Sure.
Right. So I've heard a lot of y'all say, I'm just the answer for the NWSP. I've heard a lot of y'all say that the youth is the answer to, everything that's going on, to politics, to leadership, and to organization. But how do you win over the youth? A lot of the youth, like myself, are distrustful. There's a lot of people calling our names and asking for our help, but yet they don't prove us anything. They don't show us anything. Like you said, we might get a check at the end of the day, but after that, y'all are gone. So how will you gain the youth's trust in order to follow the goal?
I love that question. And gentlemen, most of the rooms I've been in, and I'm still young, I got a little gray, but I still consider myself young. Most of the rooms I've been in I have always been the youngest one there. Okay? When I got on the Board of Aldermen, I was the youngest alderman there. First time I ran for mayor, 25 years old here in the city of Illinois, I was the youngest one there. And so the key to that is sitting down and listening to what you want, and being present while you're speaking. And so any success that any movement has made has come through those who were my age and younger. And so we got to listen. We have to listen more. And we have to surround ourselves with more young people that's on our staffs and on our teams and on our advocacy groups that's helping us do the work, because you all are able to do things that we're not able to do. So yes, we have to first listen and sit down and see what it is that you want and where you're trying to go. But also, from the experience that we have garnered, be that guide that you need. What I have seen so many times is, and it breaks my heart, that we have to fight generationally, because generations before us, one of the mistakes they made was they got all they can all they can, and they sat on the can. And they did not want to relinquish to the next generation what they did, how they did it, because they were afraid of losing that perceived power that they got. Are y'all with me? I'm not talking about somebody told me. I'm talking about what I know, what I've experienced. And so most doors I've had to go in, I had to kick them in. Sometimes we got to rock the boat, and sometimes we got to kick the boat slap over. And so what we have done, and I can speak for the panel, is you got to bring that next generation along. I tell them in my church, you're not going to roll me out of here. I'm going to walk out of here, because I'm going to bring some people behind me that can continue to work. I got an office there right across from the courthouse. Y'all see my name on it. I'm not going to die in office, because I'm going to bring some folks behind me and train the next generation of folks to do the work, to continue it, so I can move on and do the next phase. So that's how it starts. That's how we have to continue on. And I'm so glad to see the young people here. I'm so glad, so happy to see them. So we got to embrace them. And we got to listen to them. And yes, they're going to talk jargon that we may not understand. But that's where your strength is, and that's how you're going to continue to do the work. Because my knees are not like they used to be 20 years ago. All right. Yeah.
My question is, who did you ask for permission when you decided you was going to grow your locks?
Nobody.
Right. Who did you ask for permission when you said, you know what, I want this grown man full beard?
Nobody.
Right. Like, the Freedom Riders were kids, man. Like, they was lying to their parents and dropping out of college to come and do this work. So who you waiting on?
Yeah, Martin Luther King was what, 39 when he died?
Yeah. Yeah.
My father was 22, Charlie Cobb, Bob Moses. None of those people were old people. They old people now.
In fact, if we got Derek Johnson up here, he would tell you about the challenges that him and a young Ben Jealous and a young Stacey Abrams encountered and endured with their elders when they were in college and young professionals trying to figure out what contributions they were going to make in the world. Every generation has to deal with it. I would say that you have a vision for like how you want to work, how you want to labor, what contributions you want to make. I would tell you that there are more than likely other young people who share your values and who want to throw down and get down in the ways that you do. And I would tell you that organization is much more like important and impactful, and that you can build something together and you ain't got to wait for nobody's permission to do it.
Yeah.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'd just like to add to you, young man, respect is earned and not given. So when you're out here doing the work, your respect will come. You just keep on moving on doing the work. It may not come when you expect it, but it'll eventually come.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, that's our final question. We want to thank our panel, lively discussion. Okay, now, we've reached our lunch break. Everybody's hungry. Representative Summers is going to come up and give instructions on how we're going to orderly proceed to feed ourselves, and then we'll come back here 12:45, 1 o'clock? Okay. 1. Oh, 12:45.
About 12:45. Yeah.
Okay. We will begin again with the conference at 12:45. Okay, thank you.
Y'all give another round of applause for our panel. We're going to get ready to transition. You all will be served today, so there will not be 2 lines. You will be served by Betty's Place, and so you will go down this aisle to the service line. They will serve you. Get your drink and dessert and come back and have your seat, okay? So we're gonna start with our reserved tables.
Many know Bernice Reagan as the founder of Sweet Honey. Hello. As the founder of Sweet Honey in the Rock, as the recipient of the MacArthur Genius Grant, as the producer of the great series, Wade in the Water, the wonderful 26-hour National Public Radio series on African American gospel, and as the composer of, hello, that's a wonderful door. Okay, and as the composer of scores for numerous documentaries, as the author of numerous books. But before she became a SNCC Freedom Singer, she was a student leader at Albany State College in Albany, Georgia. And even before, oh, is Albany in the house? Oh, hello, all right, thank you. And even before she is tapped by SNCC Field Secretaries Cordell Regan and Charles Sherrod, she is already a student leader. So what you hear in Bernice's work and in her songs is the essence of struggle. Bernice truly represents SNCC and all we stood for. Bernice Reagan.
When I heard about this gathering, I registered. I thought, I might not be alive, you know, in April, but it would be really interesting to be alive and then be present. And I was very serious about that. I really do feel that it is not a given to live the next minute of your life. And when you think about 50 years of something, you go, and it was a few months before, you go, well, gosh, you know, April is a long ways away. Wonder if I'm gonna be dead. But just in case, I registered. And George Ladner called me and said, you were the first one to register for the conference. Among the many things I've done in my life is producing. And I actually have a sense of what went into planning what we've been through. It was no light effort. And I just want the people who stepped out of their lives to do this, to just know that some of us who are still organizers can probably imagine what they went through to provide us with this structure to be together. I don't take it for granted. I want to also say that I was really surprised to hear that we got this campus as host for no money. Then I looked at the interim president and I said, she sure does look familiar. Well, she was just at Johnson C. Smith, rescuing Johnson C. Smith. And when she got ready to retire, she said, I really wanted Bernice Johnson Reagan to come before I left. And then we were talking about what she was going to do after she stepped out of the work she had done at Johnson C. Smith. It was not becoming the interim president of Shaw. And I actually have witnessed several of these steps, including Janetta Cole being called to go to Bennett because we couldn't lose Bennett. And I'm taking the time to say this because I absolutely want Shaw to actually hear from the people in this room. Shaw College is in difficulty. They understand their role in supporting our being able to come together. But in the 21st century, we can participate in whether or not this school survives. They opened their doors and could do it because they were a private black school. And so, I really want you to figure out in this recession how you can squeeze some dollars and send it to Shaw University. No, you got to do it on your own. You got to do it on your own. You have to send it. You got to find out where you send it at Shaw. If you take up a collection, you'll be wanting to know what happened to it. It's got to be individual. And Shaw's got to look up and say, where did this little check come from? And you just put SNCC 50th reunion, go ahead, or something in the notes. You know what I mean? I don't know how my mother walked her trouble down. I don't know how my father stood his ground. I don't know how my people survived slavery. I do remember, that's why I believe. I don't know why the rivers overflow their banks, and I don't know why the snow falls and covers the ground. I don't know why the hurricane sweeps through the land every now and then. Standing in a rainstorm, I believe. I don't know why the angels woke me up this morning soon, and I don't know how the blood still runs through my veins. I don't know how I rate to run another day. I am here still running, I believe. My God calls to me in the morning dew. Power of the universe knows my name. Gave me a song to sing and sent me on my way. I raise my voice for justice, I believe. There's a difference between knowledge and memory. And there's a difference between knowledge and memory and believing. And that negative, I don't know how, is acknowledging that I stand on ground plowed by people before I came into being, and I wouldn't try to suggest I know what it was like for them. But I have worked to study, and I have worked to test whether I know anything. And at my age, memory is a funny thing. You can think you know something, and you don't know what you know until you start to try to say it. And the older you get, that lady was talking about air going to your brain a minute ago. The older you get, you start to get computer glitches in your brain. And something you think you know, nobody will know it, because when you get ready to say it, it won't come up. Some of you are too young to even know what I just said. 50 years is important. It's a half of a century. And it's wonderful to be able to sit in the company of people who operated in a particular way in this country in a certain section of that half of a century. It's a rare thing. And I am very, very glad so many of us understood how important it was to stop time to be in this space. At Spelman College, I was asked to make a presentation to a course on Black church history. And she said, I want you to do the spirituals. So I came in, the course is 50 minutes, so I came in with 6 songs. And I started. There is a balm in Gilead to make the wounded whole. There is a balm in Gilead to heal the sick soul. And I said I was going to go on with it, and then something said something in my head, and I stopped. And I said, how many people ever heard that song? I'm asking in this room. How many people have never heard that song before in their lives? Well, in that classroom, when I say how many people know that song, 2 people raised their hand. And then I knew I wasn't going to do no 6 songs. We're talking about Spelman, and we're talking about Spelman a few years ago, and we're talking about a room full of Black people who have taken every Black course they could get in high school and college. And they had never heard Balm in Gilead before in their lives. And that is not up to them. You don't put people down for what they have never heard. But somebody ought to be raising some questions. And the people ought to be raising questions who raised their hands and they knew the song in this room and could sing it in harmony. You have to say, when I die, will that be it? It's another thing, one thing to know the song, it's another one to know what the song is about. There is a question in biblical scripture that says, is there no balm in Gilead? This song answers the question and declares there is a balm. Black people talk back to the scriptures. In the spirituals, we talked back. We analyze. Now, if you were doing a Bible verse in school or church, you could not get away with saying anything other than, is there no balm in Gilead? Because you sort of know what is behind that. But you go to the spiritual and you get a conversation with the stuff Black people find in the text. These are slaves declaring that there is a healing. In a place where there is no answer, solution, or healing for what's happening to them at that time. It is a projection beyond the moment into the future. SNCC is a part of the healing that's launched in this spiritual. And when you are young, you really think that you thought it up and you're halfway pissed off that your parents didn't take care of this before you did. And in some way, young people tend to really not be very connected with the ground they're standing on. They just think that it's some cement or something. And I'm trying to suggest that there was a mother lode launched culturally from the time we were slaves in this country that continues to be thrown forward into the future beyond the life of the people who created. This country was founded with some very progressive concept, and you can be sure Bob Moses is reaching in there to rake up something that we could use. I didn't expect to hear the declaration this morning, but I said, okay. This thing of doing something while you're alive, saying something while you're alive, whether you witness the radiation of it or not, is very important. The next song I did that morning was, "Didn't my Lord deliver Daniel, deliver Daniel, deliver Daniel? Didn't my Lord deliver Daniel? And why not every man?" Well, I was together then. I said, how many people have ever heard that song? 2 people raised their hand, the same 2 who had heard Bob and Gilly. Are you getting a picture of this classroom? And Daniel is a very complicated thing to grab hold to, but very quickly, the song jacks God up. The song said, you delivered Daniel from the lion's den, Jonah from the belly of the whale, the Hebrew children. I said, you know the Hebrew children? The same two said, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. So I had to tell all of the story, which I will not tell you this morning because I have to be finished shortly. But you lay out before God, you did this, you did this, you did this, you did this, you're gonna have to come here. And you set up this is a conversation. It is not a pleading thing, it is a declaration. Black people in slavery made it very clear in the songs we created what we expected. And it's one thing to know the songs as music. It's another to have equipment in your life that allows you to do the same intense questioning and declaration with anything anybody runs by you. If you are a being, you can take a cue from this sacred body of texts that our people expected us to think, expected us to find a way to project ourselves out of the situation we were in. Take that bomb in Gilead. I always imagine I'm a mother and they have sold my child, and the child is going the next day. I know that's gonna kill me. I'm confident I will not be able to survive that pain. I am so surprised the next morning, my child's gone, and I am not dead, and I am not out of my mind. I was hoping if I wasn't dead, at least I would be insane. But I get up and I know my name, and I know everybody else around me. I also know my schedule. What you gonna do? Sometimes I feel discouraged and think my work's in vain. But then the Holy Spirit revives my soul again. There is a bomb, B-A-L-M, not B-O-M-B, in Gilead. Don't take it for granted. If you never heard it before, I do not sound ending consonants because I'm a Black American. There's no reason you're going to listen to me say bomb and know whether I am saying B-A-L-M or B-O-M-B. I have to spell it. There is a bomb in Gilead to the You're not supposed to be weaker than me. I'm one voice. There is a bomb in Gilead to heal the sick soul. What do you do when you actually find that you're not dead and you have to actually get through an intolerable situation that you really thought you would not make it through? The song says, there is a source beyond your physical that is internal to you. You don't have to go outside of yourself. My mother said to us when we were children that we had a physical body and it would die. But we had a soul and it would never die. Now, it took me a long time to put that together, because she also suggested that we were in charge of the condition of the soul. I mean, if you're temporal and you've got an unending soul, who would trust your temporal behavior to take care of something that is unending? However, this song says, if you get in a situation you cannot do anything about it, you do have a source inside of you that you can hold on to until. And you have to understand that is why the spirituals leaped into service in jail cells during the Civil Rights Movement. We weren't singing them every day. We learn them in school. Some of us perform them as concert spirituals. But this is the 50s and the 60s, and a lot of us are doing gospel and rhythm and blues, and all of a sudden, in the singing in the civil rights movement, these songs swamp everything. Come and go with me to that land. Come and go with me to that land. Come and go with me to that land where I'm bound. Come and go with me to that land. Come and go with me to that land. Come and go with me to not the land you are living in. It is a projection of the land that is to come, and you are actually positioning yourself to destroy the land you're in to make room for the one that has to be. Howard Zinn said there were some positive things in the conceptualization of this country. They are matched or overmatched by the evil that is in the creation of the country. People came here articulating something for themselves. At the same time, they were wiping out the people they found here. At the same time, they were scooping people from another land to, in fact, help them bring into being this thing they were trying to do for themselves. Zinn talks about it as if it's in the DNA, which means you're not going to fix it generationally. You're not going to have SNCC go to battle, and then when you get in the 21st century, it's done because we went to battle. Every generation has to take on, as responsible people in this land, that there are some progressive concepts in this land, and there is evil in this land. And the evil has to always be answered. The evil has to be faced. And you have to face it with your very life and every resource you have. And so, people come to you 50 years later and say, what do you think about where things have come and where things are at this time? And it's almost a suggestion, aren't you disappointed that after all you did back there, that you come here and you still have to find this stuff, and some of it looks worse than it was? And I tell you, I had a crisis when I looked up about 20 years after and found young white skinheads. They weren't 40. I'm going, where did they come from? They weren't even in the South. They were pulling stuff from Germany and World War II. And I'm saying, what the world is this? And this thing says, do not think you're going to live in a world where you don't have to face down that which will destroy what you believe in. If your children are to have a chance, you have to meet the challenges of your time. And we have to raise children who actually understand that their purpose is not to just go for everything they can get for themselves, but they actually have to change the structure of the society they are in so that there is something different about what is there. I am who I am because of the civil rights movement, but it was not a promise. I could be dead just as easily as I could be alive. It's not a promise if you step out of line, you're going to survive it. That's not the point. If you are alive, your breath needs to be used out of a kind of a principle. And goodness, something might happen, and 50 years later, you sitting up here looking at a bunch of other white-haired people who also stepped out, and they are also still alive to share something of the story. And it's really not about nostalgia, although I'm sure it sounds like it because it's so old-sounding. When we learn these songs from our people, they were old-sounding songs. I was born in the 40s. I grew up in a country church that did a 19th century repertoire. I am standing here in the 21st century. Do you think I don't know that I sound very old? I carry a 150-year cultural load. And it's intentional, since I'm not dead, that I place it here in this space. And it really has to do with something about knowing who you are. If you think what I'm singing about are some old songs by some old people who are dead and it just needs to go get the latest thing happening, you're actually missing an incredible wealth of beingness that you actually need to get through your life. You will not know how to get through your life if you dismiss the ground you're standing on. And it does not mean, it did not mean what I thought about my teacher or what I thought about the lady. It means, do you have the database that said, when we moved past slavery, we were not empty. We were not beaten. We had immense intention built into us. And we had nothing material to build on. And you have to read John Hope Franklin when he says, by the turn of the century, there were entire black education systems where these poor schools were training teachers, replacing the people who had come down sometimes from the north to set up the schools. There was an intention that we would build a new space. That's inside of the segregation society. And they taught us culturally how to go for broke inside of the segregation society. And it was up to us to break rank with that formula. To say, thank you very much, I got it. I know you want me to do well. I know you want me not to go to jail no matter what. And do not do anything that will put me any place close to a police. Get my lesson, work as hard as I can. I know that's the formula. I know that I'm supposed to be in a better place than you are. That is the formula I got from my teachers and my parents. We said we will not follow that recipe. We were not being disrespectful, but we were dismissing the formula. Every generation has to find a way to identify something that's happening in your life that is crippling, and even though your mama mean has showed you how you can maybe survive it, you got to figure out a way to say, thank you very much, mother, and excuse me. And you know, the old people blocked for us. They did not come up with what we were going to do all the time. And this is very important when people start to look at me and they're younger than me and they ask me what they're supposed to be doing about what they're facing in their lives. And I said, as soon as you work out something you want to try, let me know where you want me to stand to block for you. Is anybody listening to what I'm saying? It's in the DNA. It's in the DNA. You, in your life, this is young people, what you're facing in your life is as intense as anybody has faced in their lives at your age. It is really rough. That is not a good thing. And you can talk about, well, SNCC didn't fix it. We sure didn't. We fixed what we fixed. And we just wait. We're waiting. And I think you will find, you know, some of us were good blockers. I loved being in a church meeting and seeing some gray-haired people there. And for me at that point, the people who were in their 30s were gray-haired, equivalents. That's how, you know, that's how bad SNCC was. You know, if you were 36, 37, you know, and you were in the meeting, it meant you thought we had a little sense. We appreciated your presence. You carried a little weight. And I'm putting pressure on the next generation. I want to talk just briefly about the importance of culture and paying attention to the fact that Black people generate commodity for selling culture. And they have decided already for this century that the freedom songs are going to be commercial commodity. And the interesting thing about the few projects I've run into is they tend to feature commercially released recordings by artists who were moved by the movement and wrote out of that being moved. And when I talk to these people about it, and I said, you know, the music in the movement was on the street, in the mass meeting, in jail, and usually not solo. And I'm not having a problem with soloists. But I have a problem if you give me 10 songs and all of them are solo songs and you're telling me it's the music of the movement. It is equivalent to going to a program at the Smithsonian about the 60s as a protest, American protest music, and I'm going there, and it's all about the war, the struggle against the Vietnam War. And I'm sitting there, and ain't nobody up there on the stage, ain't nobody, all the people on the stage are the anti-war fierce warriors, right? I'm going, how in the hell have you turned the 60s into the anti, how did you do that? They said, well, the civil rights movement is sort of a 50s thing. And I'm saying, where was Greensboro? Where was Nashville? What are you talking about? It is a dangerous thing when your radicals need to put you under the porch. And it is an absolute strand I see. And if you don't know better, you'll buy it. Because the folklorists, the anthropologists, the ethnomusicologists, the cultural historians talked about spirituals, and they said spirituals were about us singing and praying and hoping that we would go to heaven when we died. And they were not protest songs. Then a certain group of them from this state got together and took some lyrics of spirituals with some lyrics of white camp meeting songs, picked the little words that were similar and used it as proof that the spirituals had come from the camp meeting songs. And when a black scholar, William Willis Lawrence James, took some white songs and said they came from spirituals, he could not get published until after he died. And he went to a very progressive publisher in New York who said it was too black chauvinistic. And I'm saying as we move forward in the future, there is a very important work to be done about our cultural history, because it actually holds the analytical analysis of our people for our survival. If you are in a situation you can't change and you run sound through your body, you actually can get to the next day. I told that to a group of high school students. They were from New York, Ohio, Chicago, 2 schools in California. And when I talked about that scenario of living a life in a place where you can't change where you are right now, the Underground Railroad is not running today. And so when you hear Marvin Gillian, that is the source and the use and the function of that song. I looked in the eyes of those students, and I was looking at students who operate in a terrorized reality. They do not know when they leave their house if they're going to get to...
Thank y'all very much. But I have deep roots in Mississippi. I came here with SNCC in 1962, and I left in 1968. And I believe I have the longest running record of any SNCC person in Mississippi who came from the outside. I stayed over here for 6 years. When I came to Mississippi, there were fewer than 5,000 black people registered to vote. When I left in 68, Congress had passed the 65 voting rights bill, and there were over 100,000 black people registered to vote. I worked in a campaign. I know they were voting because I carried some people from Strike City to the polls. In those days, you all, here's what voting looked like. The first voting that took place in Shelby County, I believe it was, I took people to the polls to register to vote. So the polling place was at a Chevrolet dealership owned by a man who was head of the Ku Klux Klan. You had to drive all the way up past the cars in the back part of the dealership. There was a table sitting there where you could vote. Okay? Now, on the way out, 3 or 4 Klans people were standing out there with cameras. And they were taking pictures of I was driving a Volkswagen bus. They were taking photographs of the bus. And so I stopped the bus, said, all right, y'all stick your heads out the window so they get a good photograph of who you are. Because we're not scared of these people. We want our freedom. And we want our freedom now. So for those of you who can go to the polls now and register and vote, and for those of you, particularly those of you who serve in office now, let me give you congratulations on behalf of myself. I'm a recovering politician from Washington, D.C. I served I served on the city council up there for 16 years, and I got the scars to prove it. I know how hard it is to represent people. So I want to say congratulations to all of you, and I am very, very pleased to have sat through these 2 days, listening to people talk about the problems and the solutions in your communities and in your towns, and to be surrounded by African-American elected officials. And I want to say congratulations and thank you very much, because we worked very hard to get to where we are now, and I'm glad we're able to do it. Now today we have a panel that's going to talk about. I got to read this because it's, mega is our problem, and political engagement is our solution. And I'm the grandson of a Baptist preacher, and my grandfather used to say, if you take a text, you ought to wrestle with it a little bit before you sit down. So I told that to my panelists. I said, now this is a text that's been given to us, and we're going to wrestle with this thing for a few minutes and see what we can make out of it. But let me start the wrestling match by saying that I run the African American Civil War Museum. We have the names of 209,000 soldiers who fought in the Civil War. 17,000 of them, 17,000 black men from the state of Mississippi, put on Union uniforms, walked out on these battlefields, helped the Union win this war, abolish slavery. They passed the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. That's right. And the 15th Amendment is a voting rights amendment in the Constitution. Before that, black people don't have any rights in the country. We can't vote. Technically speaking, we can't own property. They don't respect our marriages. Life was just misery for us. But now we've got a new law, and we got 200,000 black men who have put on these uniforms and taken this fight out to the Confederates and helped to win the war. They come home as war heroes. Listen to me now. They come home as war heroes. I've been elected to office a few times. I know how you get elected. You come home as a war hero and you brag about your activity in the war. And you said, I fought for you on these battlefields. I will fight for you in the Mississippi State Legislature. I'll fight for you in the county. I'll fight for your rights and for your right to public schools and good education. And so they come home as war heroes, they get elected, and for a period of time, they run the joint. And then come the mega Republicans. Well, they were Democrats then. So there come the MAGA Democrats who said, these black people have got too much, and we got to run them out of office. We formed the Ku Klux Klan and the White Citizens Council. They work and they work hard and scheme and burn houses and kill people until by the time we come along in the 1960s, there are no black people registered to vote here in the state of Mississippi. So the first thing I want to say is this mega Republican thing is not new. It's historical. And it was a response to our having achieved so much in the 1860s. And let me tell you something else. It's a response to us having achieved so much in the 1960s. Because it was the election of President Barack Obama as President of the United States that set him off. Y'all know that. In case y'all didn't know that, let me tell you, it was the election of President Barack Obama that set him off. A good-looking, smooth-talking, educated, sophisticated, handsome black man. And let me report one other thing to you. I've been in Washington, D.C. for the last 60 years. I have seen a lot of presidents. I was there when Jimmy Carter was there. He didn't do much. I was there when Nixon was stealing papers. I was there when Bill Clinton was cutting up. I have seen a lot of presidents. Some of them are better than others. The Obama administration served 8 years in office. There was no hint of a scandal. Now let me say that one more time. There was no hint of a scandal. There were no stories about him taking money. There were no stories about, this was the most, in case nobody, this is being broadcast, so let me say this, so if I was standing up, I'd put my feet flat on the floor. You know, I learned that from Martin Luther King. Sometimes when you want to make a point, you stand flat on your floor and then you raise up a little bit on your toes so you can get your voice up. If I was standing up, I'd raise up so I get my voice up. This was the most exemplary president this country has ever seen. He stood tall. He stood up for his people. They were good personal examples. There were no hints about any of this stuff about his kids. Listen, this was so good, the other side got jealous. Now let me bring you back to the mega thing one more time, and I'm gonna stop and let the panelists say a few words. I was at the African American Civil War Museum in Washington when Obama showed up for the inaugural in 2008 in January. On the morning after his inauguration, 14 members of his family came to the African American Civil War Museum where I work. Why did they come there? They were finished with all dancing at these balls. They had all this famous stuff. They came because one of the 90-year-old uncle had told them, you have a relative who was in the United States colored troops in the Civil War. You go to this monument and museum and make sure they got your granddaddy's name up on that wall. 12 of them showed up at our museum because they wanted to make sure that their name was up there on this wall. So that's how we got the message. We got the story. We got a story from the Obama family. And my museum is currently under renovation. It'll be finished in the fall of this year. We're adding a new exhibit called From Slavery to the White House. We don't make no small plans. We make big plans. It's called From Slavery to the White House, the Civil War Ancestry of First Lady Michelle Obama. And what's the moral of this story? Let me tell you what the moral of this story is. We don't have no control over whether our parents were slaves or not. We had nothing to do with that. If we had been back there, we would have stopped it, right, Chuck McAdoo? Chuck Neblett? We would have stopped it if we had been back there, but we weren't there, and there was nothing we could do about that. But we had some control over what we do with our life, and this is what I want to stop with this point. We have control over what we do with our life. Michelle Obama and Barack Obama had control over what they did with their life. And what they did was to give their full measure, as President Lincoln would say, to make this country a better place for everybody. As one of our local politicians used to say, for Lottie, Dottie, and everybody. Lottie, Dottie, and everybody, to make this country a better place. And so they did a great job there, and they did such a good job. On the day when Obama gets inaugurated, the African American community and all of the whites who had voted for him were celebrating, because for the first time in history, America had now taken somebody whose family had an enslaved background and elevated them to president of this country. So some of us were celebrating, but in some places, people were locking and loading. And I'm gonna give you an example of what I mean by that. In the state of Louisiana, anybody here from Louisiana? That's what I'm talking about. In the state of Louisiana, President Barack Obama got less than 10% of the white male vote. Now let me say that one more time. He got less than 10% of the white male vote. That means 90% of the white men in Louisiana did not vote for the man who got elected president. How do you think they feel? They were locking and loading. We were celebrating, they were locking and loading. They created the Tea Party. And one of their Tea Party people, you all know this now, is the Speaker of the House, Johnson. All right, now y'all don't have to say amen if y'all don't want to, but I know what I'm talking about. One of their Tea Party people is now the Speaker of the House. So we were celebrating, they were locking and loading. Now, we have to figure out how we counter this now, because this is a fight for our life. Black people always seem to be in the fight for our lives, and one of the reasons why I wanted to come back down here today to help my friend Mac Lauren out, you know, Mac and I were good friends. We rode around these backwoods together. Matter of fact, I was the SNCC person who went to Winona, Mississippi to get Miss Hamer out of jail when she was beaten up so badly. And I want to say, I have never been so downhearted in my life than to stand there and watch those women come out of that jail who've been beaten. You know, I'm the grandson of that. I do believe in redemption. I believe in But if you see that with your eyes, you stand there and watch, see this, all this stuff that happened here is hard to forgive. I'm working on it, y'all. I'm a trustee at my church. I'm not a deacon. Cause God ain't through with me yet. He's working on it, but he ain't through with me yet. But when you see something like that, it's hard. Fannie Lou Gamer got it out of her heart, and I'm trying to get it out of mine. But that was no way to be treating people, real people. And so I came back to help McLaurin celebrate this reunion while we could still do something. And I wanted to just now turn over to our panelists here to see what they have to say about this, and then we're going to take a few questions. But we have with us an expert here from your county, from Sunflower County, who's with the NAACP. And let me just say, while I introduce him, SNCC and the NAACP worked together in Mississippi. We were joined at the hip. They only had 3 lawyers in the state of Mississippi. Jess Brown, somebody out there. How many lawyers? How many lawyers we got now? Jess Brown. Who was the other one? Carsey Hall. I'm trying to help y'all out. Who was the other one? Jack. Somebody said Jack Young. Y'all should have known I was gonna give you a test. They only had 3 lawyers in the state of Mississippi. They all worked for the NAACP. So we got put in jail over here, which we did a lot. Y'all know that, don't you? Who we gonna call? We gotta call the NAACP lawyers. And they got tired of us going to jail because we were costing them so much money. But hey, look, the local people wanted to be free, and then we were trying to help them get their freedom. And so we worked hand in glove with the NAACP in Mississippi. And one of the reasons why some of us like me are still could get out of jail every now and then, I get nervous every time I come back. I think there might be an old warrant waiting for me down here. But it was the NAACP lawyers that took care of us. And so we have an NAACP president of the chapter here in Sunflower County who's on the panel with us. And I'm gonna give him a few words to talk about, wrestle with this subject. A few minutes.
Hello, everyone.
Introduce yourself.
Glad to be here today. First of all, I want to thank Charles Taylor and the NAACP in Jackson, Mississippi for helping us put this on. We started last year in November of 23, and by the last of February of this year, we reached an impasse that we didn't have nowhere else to go because we had reached our maximum place to go locally for Charles McLaurin and I and the committee. So we called Jackson and talked about a couple of weeks, but they responded and they jumped on the bandwagon, and this is what we have now when people are working together. So give yourself a round of applause. The NAACP, locally, the NAACP in Jackson, Mississippi put this on, which is a great event. Hopefully we could do some other things to bring some other things here to Sunflower County as well. I want to thank my wife that's been my backbone for the last few years. Everything I go to do, she always there with me. I want to thank her for being there for me when I need some help doing some things. MAGA. Some of the most dangerous acronyms that we could have when it comes to political agenda here in this entire United States. Anytime a former president tells you that he's going to be a dictator from day one, that is dangerous. He have left a trail of crime throughout his life. And I'm going to name a few things that he have done since he's been president of the United States for 4 years back then. We've been dealing with Donald Trump a long time now, and he's trying to get back in office. And I pity America. You got to question America if Donald Trump gets back in office. You got to see where our mindset is. He's a total disaster for this country. Donald Trump is a disaster. If we allow him to back in office, we will not have the freedom that we have today. Him and Vladimir Putin are real good friends, and some of the same dictatorship that Vladimir Putin is doing in Russia. Donald Trump wants to do the same thing here in the United States of America. I'm gonna name a few. He has 34 felonies. 34 felonies that was handed down last month in May. Now, ordinarily, you couldn't run for office. If I want to run for supervisor right here in Sunflower County with a felony, I could not run for that position. But he has 34 felonies, and he's able to run for office still in the highest position in the whole world, the President of the United States of America. You know, during that time when the fathers framed that Constitution back in the 1800s, they never thought that no one would act the way Donald Trump is acting today. They never thought it because we thought the 14th Amendment would take care of him, but it didn't. You know, the 14th Amendment talks about if anyone has an insurrection against the United States, they are not able to run for office again. Now, we talking about last 8 years, I remember back to probably about 13 or 14, the NAACP had something that we was pushing the agenda, ban the box. Ban the box meant where you was applying for a job and they asked you these questions. Do you have a criminal background, or have you ever committed a crime? If did, where, when, and why, and what? So right now, there's a lot of black people look just like you and I that's been incarcerated, trying to get out of jail to get a job, but they cannot get a job because they ask on that box, have you committed a crime? Well, Donald Trump has committed so many different crimes, a trail of crime that he has committed ever since we have known him. Let's go back a little while. Everyone remember Taj Mahal? Atlantic City, New Jersey, where it had those casinos? He filed bankruptcy during that time. And he not only filed one bankruptcy, he filed 6 bankruptcies, but he's still able to run for presidency. He's still able to do all this kind of stuff. Now, January the 6th, 2021, he committed insurrection in the eyesight of us. So if you committed insurrection, that means you can't run anymore according to the 14th Amendment, but it took it to the Supreme Court. And everyone know what the Supreme Court did. Supreme Court said, yes, you committed insurrection, but we're not going to allow one state, Colorado, to keep you off the ballot in Colorado. So that's what they done. He also, in Georgia election interference, he asked for 11,889 votes. So if he asked for those many votes, he have a case in Georgia as well. But Fannie Willis, she's the DA, and she didn't screw up, but she screwed up. Right now, the 34 felonies, if Fannie Willis hadn't screwed up, probably we would have had 2 cases that probably already been resolved now. Already been resolved. In the hush money case, where he paid a porn star. He paid a porn star $130,000, hush money case, where it would not show up during the time where he was running for office in 2016. But 2 things came from that case. We have 3 more cases on the books. We know that if he had gone to case for January the 6th insurrection, he would have been convicted. He would have been convicted, and there would have been 2 cases against him where if he had felonies during that time. But thanks to the Supreme Court, where we're still waiting to see whether or not he's going to be immune from the cases that he's asking the Supreme Court for. And the Supreme Court right now is not handling their business. The Supreme Court, they take the matter of delay in order for Trump not to go to trial before November 5th election of the presidency. I'm going to turn it over to my comrade right now.
Thank you very much. Now we have another panelist here with us today. She's no stranger to the state of Mississippi, although she lives in Washington, D.C., and she remembers when I was a city councilman. She's old enough to remember when I was on the council, lived in my district for a little while. And she's here today to talk about some of the information that she has. Attorney Judith Brown Diana.
Good afternoon. My name is Judith Brown Dianis. I am executive director of an organization called Advancement Project. We're a national racial justice organization. I first want to just say it is an honor to be back in Sunflower County. We started Advancement Project in 1999, and our first work was with Southern Echo, doing work in Tunica around a school that they were trying to build just for white folks. We did work in Drew, Mississippi, and supported folks in Indianola. And it was here where I learned how to be a movement lawyer. I had been a civil rights lawyer before, but it is here where I learned how to work with community and center community. I also want to say it is an honor to be here with SNCC vets. One of the greatest honors of my life has been to be in the fold, to learn at the knee of people like Bob Moses and Cortland and Hollis and Judy. Those folks have taught me so much. And I've learned because learning from them has prepared me for the moment that we are in. This is a sacred place. Sunflower County is a sacred place because so much happened here. This is where the lessons are for us to be prepared for what's coming. And what is coming is the continuation of the rise of fascism, and we are on the precipice of an authoritarian federal government where white supremacy will reign and control, where the boot of white supremacy will be on all of our necks. Now I know for SNCC vets, you understand what this looks like. You understand what it means to be in a time of political violence and to live through that. You understand what it means to be in a place where the Constitution, the principles of the Constitution do not rule, where the courts are always working against you. You understand what it means for the government to be used as a tool of oppression, and that's where we are today. And so I wanted to spend a little bit of time breaking down what MAGA means, because we also have to know that MAGA isn't just Trump. MAGA is more than that. There are forces that have been working together for a very long time to produce the government that MAGA will control. And that's important because we also have to know, even if he does not win, that does not mean that fascism and authoritarianism is gone. That in fact, people who live in the South, in Texas and Florida and Mississippi and Louisiana and Tennessee understand what fascism and authoritarianism is right now. But we also know that if he does win, they have a plan. People say, oh, it don't matter. We had Trump before. No, no, no. That was ill-prepared Trump. They have figured out that they needed a plan and to use him as a tool for it. These are folks who have been working on a plan for a long time. It used to be called colorblindness. Now it's called anti-wokeness. So they are ready for us this time. This is not going to be the Three Stooges in the White House. He might be the Three Stooges and he might be the fool, but people around him are implementing a plan now. They are recruiting for their team. They are taking pledges of loyalty. Loyalty to him and the plan. So I want to talk a little bit about what he's got planned and what MAGA has planned. he has said that he is ready to invoke the Insurrection Act. The Insurrection Act is an act of 1792. So we're going way back where what they're going to pull on us. The Insurrection Act will allow him to mobilize the military to act as the police. And what we have to understand is that it is unbridled power for the president to use this. And that what it will mean is that the military will be used to squash protests. We think if he wins, we're gonna be out in the streets. The military will be used to kill us. And because of the unbridled power and the courts that he has stacked with his judges and his loyalties, there is nothing that we will be able to do. He has also worked with the Heritage Foundation and others on a plan. It's called, anybody know what it's called? Project 2025, that's right. All right, I want to give you a few pieces of 2025. End diversity, equity, and inclusion in all federal rules and legislation. This means the end of all preferences. It means the end of all the work that the Biden administration has done on equity across the government. They're going to use the Department of Justice not to sue on our behalf, but to go after that color blindness. They're going to be using it for reverse discrimination. They have decided in year one that DOJ will go after corporations, after localities, after states, all in the name of discrimination against white people. So DOJ will be a tool of his agenda. Right now, we're supposed to have independence between DOJ and the president, but he said, I'm a dictator. DOJ is pushing my agenda, so there will be no independence. Affirmative action, all the black scholarships, people of color scholarships, gone. Minority contracting programs, well, I know black folks care about that. Because a lot of folks have gotten out of not only, out of poverty around that, but have gotten into being billionaires over minority contracting programs. They'll be gone. They will shut down the Department of Education. What does that mean? Federal loans for college? Gone. Title I, the program that pays for students living below the poverty level, they're saying they might fund it, but it will have no oversight. They will revoke the charter of the National Education Association, the teachers union. They plan to revoke the charter so it does not exist. For LGBTQ folks, they have been going after transgender folks. They plan to criminalize being transgender. Criminalize it. They will eliminate all federal protections for our queer family. The Department of Justice will not only be the arm, but on voter registration problems, they're going to hand that over from the Department's Civil Rights Division to the Criminal Division. On reproductive justice, he said, leave it to the states. He doesn't really mean that. Okay, leave it to the states to make decisions, but then he is going to invoke an old law, the Comstock Act, to make sure that you can't mail abortion medication in this country. On the environment, I was outside. I know what climate change looks like. I worked with communities after Hurricane Katrina. I know what it looks like. I know the devastation that our communities in particular feel because no one cares about Mother Earth. That corporations get to actually rape and assault Mother Earth. This government under MAGA will roll back all of those protections. They plan to close the Office of Environmental Justice that looks at racism in the environmental protections that the Biden administration opened. It will be shuttered. On immigration, he has said he's gonna round people up. What happened to the Japanese folks? That's about what's going to happen to our migrant brothers and sisters. And not only will we see the federal government tear down all of the administrative law, there will be no protections against corporations who are doing bad things to our countries. And then on top of it, the fascism part is that McCarthyism is back. I don't know if people know that as young people were taking to their college campuses in support of Palestinian liberation, what was also happening was that Republicans in Congress were putting together a list of organizations that are involved, including some foundations that support civil rights organizations, to look into whether or not they have been involved in terrorism because they have been involved in the Free Palestine work. And lastly, we should understand that the way that they are going to accomplish this is by silencing us. And that is not just at the federal level, but we've seen a wave of anti-protest laws that get ready for us. These laws were passed because our people took to the streets after George Floyd and Breonna Taylor were murdered by the police by the millions. And states decided, no, we ain't having that. For all of our civil rights veterans who engaged in civil disobedience, it will no longer be called civil disobedience, it will be called criminal disobedience. They have upped the ante for protesters. We are seeing people in Georgia who have been fighting back against what is called Cop City, being charged with RICO charges, which are serious charges. RICO, which was meant for the mob. It was meant to end mob activity. And people who are protesting, millions of dollars being built to start a Cop City because we know that they are going to attack our people, are being charged with that. We are seeing states that passed anti-protest laws that include the ability, if you are in your car and there are people blocking the road and you hit one of them, there will be no civil liability for hitting a protester in the road. That people who take to the streets, block bridges and highways will be charged with criminal charges. They are upping the ante because they don't want to hear from us. This is what authoritarianism means. You cannot protest the government and the actions it is taking. They are expanding the definition of terrorism. In Florida, I want to give you an example. They have decided that riot law, the riot law now, is 25 or more people who endanger movement of a vehicle. So if you are blocking the road and somebody says, I didn't feel comfortable with all them black people standing in the road, you are facing up to 15 years in prison. And if you, NAACP or whomever, were the ones to organize it, they consider you inciting it. So 5 years. And by the way, if you're gonna do a protest, you got to pay for police time. So this is the chilling effect that they want to have because they know that we do a few things. Number one, we vote, and number two, we protest. And we organize. But they are coming for us because they want to silence us so that they can do this. And they're not gonna do it under cover of night. They're gonna do it in broad daylight. So this is what we are up against. But the thing I do know, and I learned it when I was here in Sunflower County, is that we know how to fight back. There's a song that I always get reminded of when I am Mississippi. How we got over. How we got over. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Judith. So now I'm going to take I'm going to take 3 minutes and tell you how we got over. So I come to Mississippi in 1962. I've been in the protest movement in Atlanta. We started a protest movement. You heard NSA talk a lot about Atlanta. Georgia, I was born in Georgia. I went to Morehouse College in 1959. 1960, the Civil Rights Movement started. 61, we start SNCC. And so about 62, I was ready to come leave Georgia. So Bob Moses recruited me to come to Mississippi. He takes me to Holly Springs, where I meet a guy named Leslie McLemore, who's here with us today, because they had a movement there. Russ College and some other students had sit-ins there. So I go to Holly Springs in September, in June of 1962, and I'm doing well over there, organizing people, trying to get people registered to vote. They wouldn't let anybody register to vote. Y'all know that, right? We were taking them to the courthouse. They put your name in the paper. First of all, they turn you down. They say, Frank Smith took the test, didn't pass, but here's his name and address, just in case you want to go harass him and his family, burn down his house, fire him from his job. We're going to make it easy for you. We're going to put his name in the paper. They already humiliated you by saying you didn't pass the test. But we were still working, slugging out every day. And the resolve of people up there who wanted to vote was tremendous, really tremendous. And then by February, Jimmy Travis got shot in Greenwood, Mississippi. And this is how SNCC worked. We had made a pledge to each other. If one of us went down, somebody else would come and take his place. 2 people come, 3, 4. And if nobody else came, we came. So Jimmy Travis gets shot in Greenwood, Mississippi. SNCC called me in Holly Springs and said, I got to go to Greenwood. Now, I'm about 20 years old, and I've been to Morehouse College, so you know what I'm saying. But so now I got to drive into danger. And when people talk about World War II having the best of Americans, let me tell you something. If you drive one of these Mississippi back roads, going to some town where you know there's already been a lynching, you better have something. You better have something. Anyway, so now they move all of us. That's where I meet Charles McLaurin. So I meet Charles in Greenwood, Mississippi. Charles had come up from Jackson, and a bunch of us there in Greenwood. We get arrested in June of that year in Greenwood. Let all the local people out of jail and keep all the civil rights workers in jail. Bob Moses and myself and McLaurin. There's a famous photograph of all of us being in jail in Greenwood. And then we finally, I get out of there, by the way. And because I've left college, I get out of there. I've been drafted now to go to the Vietnam War. So I called my mother, tell her I'm okay. She said, well, I got bad news for you. You've been drafted. So I had to go back to Georgia, report to my draft board. And when they asked me if I had any cases pending in federal court, I said about 3 or 4. They said, for what? I said, for trying to register people to vote. And I never will forget, this induction officer said, in America, we don't arrest people for registering to vote. I said, you come to Mississippi with me, I can get you arrested. Now, y'all know they didn't want me in the military, right? So I come back to Mississippi in June, and then Mrs. Hamer and Uvesta Simpson and others get stopped at this bus in Winona. Terrible things happen. Lawrence Gigot goes over there first to get them out. They lock Lawrence up. So they turn to me and say, Frank, it's your turn. So Eleanor Holmes Norton and I went to get Ms. Hamer and them out of jail over there. And while they were in jail in Winona, Mississippi, Meg Evers was killed. Now, we were close, all of us. We was a small group of SNCC workers. We were close, and Meg Evers was one of us. I know he was the NAACP field secretary, but he was one of us because he did what we did. That's how you got to be one of us. You had to do what we did. That's how and if you did, you were one of us. And so when I meet people now, they say they were members of SNCC. I said, well, if you've been in jail a few times, smell some tear gas, you might be one of us. So we get Ms. Hamer and them out of jail, horrible thing. And then we get to March on Washington in August, did pretty good. And then, you know, the answer to the March on Washington was 4 little girls getting killed in Birmingham, Alabama. Church bombing. We take a busload of SNCC people from Greenwood, Mississippi, to the funeral. Now in the Army, my grandson now is a Navy SEAL. In the Army now, you don't do that. You would never take your soldiers to a place where there's some massacre has already taken place. But we identified with these people, so we all went over there on a bus, come back in September, and then in the fall of that year, John F. Kennedy was assassinated. Now, I remember this like it was yesterday. I was driving from Columbus, Mississippi to West Point, Mississippi to see a man about voter registration when the news came on my radio that he had been assassinated, Kennedy. When I get there, the man had locked his shop up, pulled down the windows, locked his shop, went home. I went by his house, knocked on the door. He wouldn't answer the door. 4 or 5 years later, I saw him. I said, I came by. He said, yeah, I know. I said, what happened? He said, I was not letting no civil rights workers in my house. We figured that if they got John F. Kennedy, they're going to get everybody else. So that fall, this is fall of 1963, Bob Moses calls us together and he says, they got a list of civil rights workers over here in Mississippi. They're picking us off one by one, and we will not survive another year unless we find a way to open this thing up to the public. And he had then the idea of us doing the summer project, planned that trip to Atlantic City. Why you go to Atlantic City? So you can put this problem before the world in Atlantic City so everybody can see what's happening to people here in Mississippi who are trying to register to vote. And we were trying to do this without getting ourselves killed and get everybody else killed. And you all know that summer before we even get to Atlantic City, before we get our summer students here. And by the way, we brought to Mississippi our white affiliates. Everybody in SNCC had some white college campus that they worked with. I worked with Carleton College in Minnesota. I'd never been to that part of the world before, but every time I go up there once every 6 months or so, they will raise money for us. They send us money back for food so we can feed people when they got put off these plantations to help raise a little money. So we had organizations like that all around the country. Those were the people that we brought to Mississippi for the summer project, and some of them are here today. Raise your hand back there in the back. Some of those people who volunteered to come down here in 1964. There's a couple of white people back there who came, and so we want to thank you for that. And of course, you know, you saw this last night, 3 or 4 of these people were killed before we even got down here. The Klan arrested 3 of our people and killed them. And by the way, those 3 people were Swarner, Goodman, and Cheney. 1 black, 2 whites. The Ku Klux Klan didn't just intimidate black people. They intimidated white people, too. They had white people in lockdown. They were scared to testify against these people. They knew who they were. These people were bragging about killing us at dinner table, at Thanksgiving and Christmas. Their family members knew it. The people in the neighborhood knew it. They were scared to testify against them because they figured they didn't want to get killed. So we were pretty much on our own. But Bob said we got to open this up. So we go to Atlantic City, and they won't seat us. Fannie Lou Hamer's make her famous sick and tired, being sick and tired. But they do promise us in Atlantic City that they're going to pass the 65 Voting Rights Act. And the 65 Voting Rights Act outlawed the poll tax. It outlawed the literacy test. And they sent federal registrars into Mississippi to register people to vote. They took our list that we had put together in the summer of 1964 in what we call a mock registration, registered all those people to vote. And that's how we got the change, the revolutionary change that we needed in Mississippi. So all of these African Americans that you see serving in office now, in the Mississippi Delta, the sheriff of virtually every county in Mississippi is African American. Since this is going out over all airways, let me say the mayor of every major city in Mississippi is African American. Y'all clap your hands. And let me say to all those elected officials, you may not get it right the first time or the second time. Keep on working at it. Y'all keep on giving them a fit, but keep on giving them your support too. Because the alternative, y'all know what the alternative is. It ain't been that long ago when you were being ruled by people who really didn't care anything about you, who really didn't care anything about you, about your communities, about your schools, your neighborhoods. And so we've come a long way, and I think we're ready for the fight. I know this is a fight coming up, but I don't have any doubt about the fact that Mississippi is going to stand up in this fight. I told you I'm from Georgia. My folks in Georgia telling me we're going to keep Georgia blue. That's right. They said we're going to keep Georgia blue. You ain't got to worry about that. We sent you 2 senators, and we never gave Trump those votes that he wanted. He didn't get them the first time, and he's not going to get them now. So we're ready for the fight, and we're ready for the fight because we had a good background. I just wanted to share that story with you in Mississippi so you would know that we come from a fighting people. We've been fighting ever since we had a chance to fight. I told you I had 17,000 names of African-American soldiers who joined the Union Army to fight for freedom in the Civil War. Those guys were warriors. They knew what they were doing. They paved the way for us, and we stand in their stead right now, on their shoulders and in their footsteps. So now I'm going to turn to the brother, to our brother, see if you have any more words of comments for us.
Donald Trump is running to stay out of jail. He's not running for you and I. He knows that if these other cases have gone to the Supreme Court, if the judge had went on and tried these cases, Donald Trump would have been found guilty. Donald Trump knows if he doesn't win on November 5th, 2024, he's going to jail. They have already proved that. So what Donald Trump is trying to do, he's trying to make sure that he convinces enough people to vote for him so he'll be able to live the life he's living now, but without consequences. Every action, there's a reaction. So what we are asking you all to do here in the state of Mississippi, we was only 3 composite points away from flipping this state blue. And last November, 30,000 votes, less than 30,000 votes, we could have turned this state blue. So, and another thing, if you're going to elect somebody to run for office, make sure that they are not a MTG. Everybody know what an MTG is? Margaret Taylor Greene. Make sure you don't elect somebody like Margaret Taylor Greene that doesn't know what she's doing in Congress. She only there because she of a different persuasion than we are. She brings nothing to the table but chaos. Also, remember Herschel Walker when he ran? We got to get somebody better than Herschel Walker. We have some Herschel Walkers around here that doesn't know what to do when they get in office, cannot move the needle at all. So I'm asking everyone to make sure you go out and vote, and ask someone to ask somebody else to go and vote as well, because it's critical. On November 5th, 2024, we cannot lose this election because democracy is on what? It's on the ballot.
All right. So, Judy, let me ask you, as the moderator, I get to ask questions of the panelists, you all, and then I'm going to turn it over to the audience. So I'm going to ask you about this, Judy. I was talking to I got a liberal white friend who lives in Ohio. Actually, he's a Republican. I got him to vote for Barack Obama, by the way. He and his mother, this young white guy was a school teacher. He and his mother, who was 87 years old, had never voted for a Democrat in their life, anywhere on the ticket. This man's a union leader. He's been voting all his life. He not only did he vote for Barack Obama twice, his mother voted for Barack Obama. They had Barack Obama's poster up in the kitchen at their house. So when Hillary was running for president, my wife and I went out there to work the polls in Ohio for Hillary. I called him up. He came to the polling place and worked with me all day. So I asked him about Hillary. He said, I can't do it. I can't. Here's what he said, and I'm going to say this to you all because he said, I can't do it, but I tell you what I will do. For you, Frank Smith, because we're friends, I won't vote the top of the ticket. That meant he wasn't going to vote for Trump, right? But he wouldn't vote for Hillary. I said, how about your mother? He said, she already voted for Trump in the early votes. This is Democrats' problem. Obama was able to get people across parties because they were proud of him. And I want to make this point to people who are listening now. These people who are saying, well, Trump's crooked, but everybody else is crooked. We have seen examples of presidents who were honorable, patriotic, and good presidents. We saw that in Barack Obama. We can find other candidates out here who can do something that's worthwhile, and we don't have to settle for this trash. We don't have to settle for this trash. We've been groping women and doing all kinds of things and running one step ahead of the posse. Their posse's juries after him all over the country. We don't have to settle for this, y'all. We can do better than that here in the United States, and we will do better in the fall. But let me ask you about this. I want to ask you about this. So some of the people are saying, well, there are other branches of government. if Trump gets in there, yeah, he's a little nuts, but you still got other branches of government, the Congress and the courts. They won't abandon their powers, and they won't give up their clutch on the Constitution. What do you think about that argument?
Well, I mean, okay, that's an interesting question. I think what will happen is we will not have checks and balances. The courts have already been loaded up with Trump appointees. We still have some Bush appointees, one Clarence Thomas, for example, who have stacked the courts. So we're not going to have a court to balance it out. Now, I do have to say that President Biden, I give him an A+ on judicial appointments. He has put a lot of good people on the bench. He has put civil rights lawyers on the bench. He has diversified the bench, the federal bench. But the Supreme Court is a problem. And we should know that the next president probably will have 3 seats to fill on the Supreme Court. So that's another thing that is at stake. At the local level, we have, at Congress, I think that's all up for grabs also. And so what they're hoping for is a trifecta, that they will have it all in order to execute the plan. And I want to say this, a few things, because my organization does voting rights law. And we know what was done to get us to 1965. And we know that after Obama was elected president, that there was a rise in voter suppression laws because they figured out, he wasn't supposed to win. How'd that happen? So now what they wanted to do was have this tool, bring it on back to they just open the old playbook, dust it off and say, okay, what do we do to squash the vote? Because these people are voting in record numbers. And so they started passing all these voter suppression laws, voter ID, et cetera. Fast forward to today, the way in which voting rights is playing out is that, number one, there was a horrible case that came out of the 8th Circuit, which includes Arkansas and Missouri. St. Louis is one of those places where they've now said that individuals and organizations like the NAACP do not have the right to go into court to enforce the Voting Rights Act of 1965. Anybody in this room knows the NAACP has probably been in about 5 million voting rights cases. Probably the #1 voting rights plaintiff in the country. Cannot go into court in the 8th Circuit. The other thing that has happened is that we've had laws that passed in places like Georgia and Virginia and Ohio where challenging voter eligibility is easy. You can go and say, that person don't live there. You could give a list of 500 people and say, all these 500 people, they don't live where they say they live. They shouldn't be voting. And you can come up with some cockamamie reasons for it. And then what's going to happen is that they're going to put you into a hearing to see whether or not you can vote. And then after the hearing, you're going to have to bring in some evidence and all that kind of stuff. And they're doing that as a tool of voter suppression. They want it to be harder because they also know that the Supreme Court has continuously chiseled away at the protection under the Voting Rights Act. And so what it means for us is that going back to pre-65 and 65, that we have to jump over higher hurdles in order to exercise our right to vote. But we also know that there's a lot at stake. And black folks, we know some hurdles now. You put it up high, we just gonna train harder. Train harder so you can get up higher. That's what's going to happen. And so we have to know what is at stake. We have to know that we have to talk to our people. If you are convinced that this election is important, talk to everybody. I'm going to the grocery store and talk to people because people don't think that this election means that much. They don't see a difference between Biden and Trump. And I just gave you 5 million reasons why there's a difference. They also, for young people, they understand like, hey, there's a lot of young people that are upset about what is going on in Palestine. And they're like, this government is funding that. Why am I gonna vote to have my dollars go to kill people in Palestine? So we have to have a conversation about that, because guess what? Yes, this is wrong. And guess what? It's gonna be even worse. And so we have to have real conversations with our people about all of the implications of this particular election and to understand what is coming at us, right? And don't forget that there's local elections. School boards, Moms of Liberty is taking over. You know, white people used to not go to school board meetings, right? Because they're like, oh, that's for, you know, we don't even send our kids to those schools. We don't care. They're showing up. And they're banning our history. They're taking African American history. You can't, there's some districts you can't read about Rosa Parks. And I'm not talking about the books that are like the real Rosa Parks. I'm talking about the ones that like are, oh, she was so nice, she stood up, she sat down. Easy ones, right? That don't give the real history of the radical Rosa Parks. They're taking those out of the library. I'm sure there's probably books about SNCC taken off the shelves. Y'all were way too radical for anybody to be learning about this is how you fight to get liberated. And so that's happening at school board levels. So we've got to make sure that our people are engaging in elections at every level because it all matters.
Thank you very much. Now we've got, well, I guess we don't have much time left here. Moderator? We do? Okay. Well, we got 15 minutes, right? All right. Now.
Are you going to do Q&A from the audience?
Yes, we're going to do. We have preached, and the choir song, and the deacons done said amen. So now we're going to hear from the audience. So we've got somebody out there with a mic in their hands. So anybody who has a question that you want to ask us now.
I have a question.
A short question, a question or a short comment. So somebody out there who's I heard somebody say they had a question. Can somebody get the mic over there? Are you ready? Okay, stand up. Rosa Parks sat down so we could stand up.
All right. How could we get young people to understand what is going on in Palestine? And also we had demonstration throughout the United States at different colleges. And how can we, well, it has stopped some now. But my question was, how can we stop that?
How can we stop what?
The violence, the demonstration. It's a few that's still going on.
Okay, well, let me tell you what I think. And I've had to talk with some of our Democratic officials about this. We are not going to stop the demonstrations. These young people are where we were. These 19-year-olds, I was 19 years old when I arrived in Mississippi with SNCC. These 19-year-olds are where we were then. We're not going to stop them from demonstrating.
Yeah,
and they didn't ask us our permission.
Right, that's right.
And we didn't ask our parents their permission. When my mother knew I was in Mississippi, I've been over here 6 months. If I had asked her if I could come to Mississippi, she probably sent me to see a psychiatrist or something. So that's not, so we're not going to stop it. And what we have to do, let me just finish the comment. What we have to do, wait a minute. I'm getting to your point now. I'm getting to your point. Part of helping them to understand is not trying to convince them that they're wrong. Because all they're going to do is cut you off. All they're going to do is cut you off. So they have a right to demonstrate. How else do you let your government know that you don't like what they're doing? They have a right to demonstrate. Protesting is a way of letting people know that something is wrong and you want to correct it. Now, what we want to try to get them to do is to learn how to demonstrate with some goals and some things that that can be fulfilled and to be orderly and mannerly. I tell you, I'm at Morehouse College, grad, and when President Biden was asked to go to, when President Biden was, well, first he was invited to go to Morehouse. They were debating whether they wanted him to come or not because they were scared the students were going to do something. And so we had a lot of talk about this beforehand. We met with the students, we met with the president, met with the administration, and we didn't tell these kids they couldn't protest. We said that we have a place for you to do this. There's a way to do it, and we'll allow you to do it. Everybody protested, including the speakers. And so he got out of there with a meaningful dialogue. I'm going to call it a dialogue. And I say this because, look, I'm 82 years old. I've got great-grandchildren. I had a great-grandkid who took a bus from Ohio to Washington, D.C. to pick it all day long and go back. He didn't know anybody on that bus. How did he get on that bus? He went on the internet. He did what Snick do. He didn't call his granddaddy. He didn't call his grandmama. When he called me, he was in Washington already. He needed some lunch money. So I went and gave him some lunch money so he'd get back home. And I was glad he called. I was glad he called. And I was never going to tell him he was wrong and that he should get on that bus and go back home. No, because he has a right to protest. Now, we want those protests to be peaceful, and we want him to understand that when this protest is over, he's still got to go to the polls and vote. That's protest, too. He's still got to go to the polls and vote.
And so, I just want to add that also, I mean, I was in college when there were encampments around South Africa. And there were clear demands of divest. And that was young people on campuses doing the same thing. And I want to say this about young people, because I was one of those college protesters. And I remember my mother, when I shut down took over the dean's office at Columbia Law School, my mother, I called her from the dean's office on the dean's phone and said, hey. And she said, please tell me that's not you that I heard about on the news tonight. And I said, yes, it is. And guess what? I'm following in your tradition. You taught me to do this. And I'm taking a stand. I think one of the things that we have to, on the other side of this, is figure out how we funnel these young people who have this energy and who have a view of what our world should be without wars, without hate, without racism, without misogyny, without anti-LGBTQ folks. We need to be able to funnel them into our organizations, not to quiet them, but to understand that they are building a country that is the country that Snick wanted to see.
I'm going to restate her question. So her question was, what is the message that we give to young people in regards to the Biden administration's response to Biden? Not to discourage them from demonstrating, but to encourage them to participate. But what is the message? That's our question. And we have 10 minutes left.
Well, the young people's got to be engaged, whether or not it's at home, in the community, or even at church. So you got to teach them what we are saying now. I know some young people are out here right now, but you got to carry the message for the message. Making sure the young people are engaged and know what Biden is doing. Biden has done a lot of great things for this American people. But the thing about it is, well, it's dragging his polling numbers. Biden should be up 50 points now, based on the stuff that Trump has done since he's been in office and out of office as well. But what's dragging him down is the border and Texas, and also the war in Gaza. Because a lot of people are not satisfied with the war over there, and they figured the money that the Biden administration is sending to Israel should be used for betterment instead of killing innocent people. If you look on the television, thousands and thousands are being killed, and I think the young people really need to know what's going on with that, because the only way the young people can get engaged, you got to teach them and show them what's going on, verbatim.
I mean, to your question, you will never get a ceasefire under a Trump administration. You'll never get a free Palestine under a Trump administration. and you will see havoc wreaked on our communities. I think that's the response. That it is hard, it is difficult, because young people are feeling very, well, there's disengaged, but I think there's also people who are they're just pissed off and saying, so you want me to go? I mean, there was the uncommitted campaign that got people to vote uncommitted. And I think that some of those people, even in the uncommitted campaign, understand, like, yes, we did that for the primary to send a message to President Biden about how serious we are about this, but that they also know that come November, you know, might have to go in the polling place and hold your nose and take care of your business, because the alternative is a lot worse.
If it be a closed election, if it be a closed election, everyone remember what happened in 2000 with the number of justices that Trump had put on the Supreme Court. If it be a closed election, they're going to give it to Trump. So don't be dismayed by what I'm saying to you today. So just make sure. Now, we can beat them at the ballot box, but people more than the state of Mississippi got to go out and vote. We only have 6 electoral votes. People's got those swing states, Michigan and Wisconsin. People's got to vote for Biden in order for him to win the election. It's going to be nail biting. All that night, you need to stay up and see what's going on. But I'm telling you right now, I believe if it be a close election where there's no determination of who won Michigan or Wisconsin, the Supreme Court going to decide, and you got Clarence Thomas on there. The same thing that elevated him to his position right now is affirmative action. And he voted against affirmative action because he don't want no one else to have that same privilege. Did you know he had a set of twins? Let me see the hands of the one that knew Clarence Thomas had a set of twins. Tim Scott and Byron Donovan, they are his twin sons.
Okay, so let me try to close this out. We're at 1:55. So let me try to close this out. Let me also say to the young lady that raised the question back there about our young people. There is a message in my response about my grandson that I wanted to bring out, and that is this: we are all wrestling with this in our own families. Okay. I'm gonna tell you right now, if your young people ain't telling you this, they're not talking to you. You don't turn them off already. That's why you need to try to stay in contact with them. And let me say they have their own communication networks. How did my grandson find out about this trip to Washington, D.C.? He was on the internet. He wasn't watching CNN. He wasn't watching Good Morning America. He was watching, he can take his cell phone and get on CNN, found a group that he wanted to be with. He got a new group. These kids are organizing just like we did, and they got more tools than we did. So we've got to stay in touch with them because they do believe in us. They trust us, and they should trust us. So don't lose contact with your own people, because that's how it all begins. That when they say these campaigns begin at the dinner table, they do begin at the dinner table with you and your children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, your cousins, your aunts and your uncles. And so keep working with them, first of all. And then my last point before I go on the political part of this, because I've made my living in politics now for about 20 years, and that is this. The way you get Mississippi over the hump is you try to raise the voter turnout by 2 or 3%. You're not trying to raise it by 50%, by 2 or 3%. And how do you do that? You get the people who already vote to find somebody else to take to the polls with them who don't vote. And don't let them trick you and say, I already voted. Ask them to see that voting thing, the sticker. Take them with you when you go. That way you double your own vote. That's how you get to vote twice. You take yourself out there and take a neighbor. If you do that, we'll win, and we'll win big. Let's not get in a close election, y'all. Let's win big this time. Thank you.
Okay, we'd like to thank our panelists for a wonderful discussion. Can you give them one more round of applause, please? All right, we're getting ready for our break, but before we go,
what to say to you now in the soft afternoon air as you hold us all in a single death. I say, where is your fire? I say, where is your fire? You got to find it and pass it on. You got to find it and pass it on from you to me, from me to her, from her to him, from the son to the father, from the brother to the sister, from the daughter to the mother, from the mother to the child. I say, where is your fire? Can't you smell it coming out of our past? The fire of living, not dying. The fire of loving, not killing. The fire of blackness, not gangster shadows. Where is our beautiful fire that gave light to the world? The fire of pyramids, the fire that burned through the hulls of slave ships and made us breathe. The fire that made guts into chitlins, the fire that took rhythms and made jazz. The fire of sit-ins and marches that made us jump boundaries and barriers. The fire that took street talk and sounds and made righteous Imhotep raps. I say, where is your fire? The torch of life, full of Nzinga and Nat Turner and Garvey and Du Bois and Fannie Lou Hamer, Sojourner Truth and Martin and Malcolm and Mandela. Sister, brother, come catch your fire. Don't kill, hold your fire. Don't kill, learn your fire. Don't kill, be the fire. Don't kill, catch the fire. And burn with eyes that see our souls walking, singing, building, laughing, learning, loving, teaching, being, learning, loving, building, singing, walking, loving. Hey, young brother, hey, young sister, here is my hand. Catch the fire, catch the fire, catch the fire.
A couple years ago, I created a chant and liberation song album called The Black Joy Experience. So I encourage everyone to check out that body of work. You can follow Black Joy Experience on Instagram. Out of that piece of work, one of the chants I want to offer to you all today is a chant called Ancestors Watching. At Liberation House and BYP 100 and in the house and ballroom community, we actually believe that we're standing in the lineage of all of those who came before us and all of those who will come after us. I'll repeat that. We believe we're standing in a lineage of all of those who came before us and all of those who come after us. So right now, I want to give you all about 10 seconds to place an ancestor in your head right now. This ancestor could be someone in the Black radical tradition or any form of radical organizing against any type of resistance. I want to lift up folks like Ella Baker or Marsha P. Johnson or Harriet Tubman. But I encourage you to lift up your ancestor. Place that one ancestor in your head right now. This could be your grandmother, your grandfather, your great-grandparents. But we want to recognize that actually our ancestors have not left us, but they are still with us, convening with us, fighting with us in this global fight for liberation, this global fight for freedom. So I'm going to teach you a chant. It's gifted to us by the Black Youth Project 100 New Orleans chapter, created by a man named Mike Molina. And I'm going to actually ask you to sing the chant with me. So I'll teach it to you really quick, and then we'll sing it together, about 4 rounds of the chant. And then I want you to write the name of your ancestors in the chat box whenever you have them. Here's how the chant goes. Ancestors watching, I know they're watching. Ancestors watching, I know. Ancestors watching, I know they're watching. Ancestors watching, I know. All right, now that we know the chant, feel free to write your ancestors into the chat box and let's all sing it together. Ancestors watching, I know they're watching. Ancestors watching, I know. Ancestors watching, I know they're watching. Ancestors watching, I know. Ancestors watching, I know they're watching. Ancestors watching, I know. Ancestors watching, I know they're watching. Ancestors watching, I know. Everybody take a deep breath in together. Exhale together. Take another deep breath in together. Exhale together. And one more deep breath in together in unison. Breathe in and exhale together. So I'm going to ask you to do one more thing. We believe in this idea of holistic energy, bringing our full selves to the work we do, shifting the energy in collective spaces so we can come to those spaces with our authentic and intentional selves so we can get to liberation together. So I want you to list one word about how your energy has shifted after doing the Ancestors Watching chant.
I need some healing in my life, someone who cares like Brandy cares, yes, someone who shares all of the joy of family, one who believes we can be free, yes, we can be free. Healing, 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 healing. Mind, body, and soul, yes. Mind, body, and soul, yes. Hey. Healing, 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 healing. Mind, body, and soul, yes. Mind, body, and soul, yes. I need some incense and some sage, natural capacity to pray. Live off the land, yes. Live off the land. Hey. Healing, 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 healing. Mind, body, and soul, yes. Mind, body, and soul, yes. Healing, 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 healing. Mind, body, and soul, yes. Soul, yes. Hey.
Told you this may be the last time. This may be the last time, children. This may be the last time. Maybe the last time. I don't know. Now, one of the things you have to do in order to learn about music in the movement, which is what I'm supposed to do for the next few minutes, is that most of the work has to take place inside of you. And you have to go places most people who are not black and developed or practice Black American culture never speak to in their lives. That most people
who don't have access to Black American culture die and never go to the place you have to go in order to do black singing. You don't speak to the place, you don't even know it's there. And so what you have to do if you're gonna know what this is about is to go and find it. Now, when you look for it, because you're used to looking for things outside of yourself, I see you cutting your eyes around like this. It's like, you know I'm asking you to come up with something. And so you're trying to find out where you're going to go get it. You don't have to look no place. Sometimes if you avert your eyes and look down, not like, some people can close their eyes. You don't have to close your eyes. But if you sort of look down, it shades external things enough so that you can quiet down. And sometimes that opens the door that has to be open if you're going to know what singing in the movement was about. This may be the last time. This may be the last time to live. This may be the last time. Maybe the last time. I don't know. A lot of times people talk about when we get together like this, they say, let's sing some freedom songs. And sometimes you think if you get together and you sing some songs, you can get back to that place that's itching that you need to scratch, which is why you said let's sing some freedom songs in the first place. But the songs are only a vehicle to get to the singing. And the singing cannot be understood as executing melody, rhythm, and harmony, although it helps if you can execute those things. But if all you do is hold the tune and get the rhythm and the harmony, you have not done what it is you say you want when you say, let's sing. Black people use songs to get to singing. Singing is an organizing experience. Now, I'm not saying you use singing to organize somebody. That's not what I'm saying. It is, and you cannot create a song within the Black American cultural experience if you're not an organizer. You cannot create a song if you're not willing to be organized. You have to hear, you have to be willing to lead, you have to be willing to follow, you have to be willing to experiment and move around the basic theme. So every time a song is raised, and that's what you do. You don't sing black songs, and it's all right if you say, let's sing a song. I'm not changing your language here. You don't sing black songs, you raise them, which means they don't exist. And when I sing the first line of a song, I have not done anything but made an announcement about a possibility, which has nothing then to do with anything else I do. I raise the possibility, and it's up to somebody else whether or not it will fall flat and empty. There are no soloists in the Black congregational song style.
The important thing is the right song at the right time.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, the timeliness.
That's right.
Yeah. Time. For instance, we getting ready to march out, you know, and there are 500, 400 policemen out there, and we getting ready to go out. and I've said this before, but I may not want to sing "This May Be the Last." It's a beautiful song. The song said, "This may be the last time. This may be the last time, children. This may be the last time. Maybe the last time. I don't know. Maybe the last time we ever sing together." Right? You see, that's I call it appropriate and inappropriate cause timing. Right? No, you want to sing what?
Ain't gonna let nobody turn me.
Ain't scared of nobody.
Ain't scared of nobody because I want my freedom. What is?
Woke up this morning and I
stayed on freedom, right?
Right. I'm going to jail with my life.
Right, right.
Sing your way out of fear. Singing your way out of fear. And feel like you've been liberated even though you're on your way to jail.
Right.
I've been in a mass meeting. We had a mass meeting at night. And the police came in with their guns and the dogs and just put chill on the whole church. And a youngster started singing. He said, "I ain't scared of your dog, cause I want my freedom. I want my freedom."
Everybody.
And then everybody joined in. Another guy said, "I ain't scared of your gun, cause I want my freedom.
Freedom now."
And then the guy said, "I ain't scared of nobody, cause I want my freedom." The whole church started singing. They started singing, and you look at those cops, the fear left the people.
Yeah, the people have got
it
to
got on the church, got on the cops. And they didn't know what to do because people were unified through song.
Right.
Unified. They're unified. And he was looking at a unified front against them, and they didn't know what to do.
Can everyone hear me in the back? So we're going to do something a little bit different because we have to invoke the spirit of Fannie Lou Hamer. We have to invoke the spirit of Fannie Lou Hamer. So I ask that you all listen to this because I need your help. This is a participatory session. So listen. One of the quotes that my daughter brought home a couple of months ago, she was like, "Mommy, Fannie Lou Hamer said this quote that I absolutely love, and it's on your shirt." And I was like, "What's that, Casey?" And she said, "Nobody's free until everybody is free." So as we come together for this final panel of this dynamic 2-day session commemorating, reflecting on the Mississippi Summer Project, and also where do we go from here, we have to give attention and recognition to Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer. So listen, because I want you to repeat after me and I need to keep it going. Nobody's free till everybody's free. Nobody's free till everybody's free. Nobody's free till everybody's free. Till everybody's free. Till everybody's free. And I need y'all to keep it going because I have some other things to add to this. So just do it as a murmur. Nobody's free till everybody's free. Nobody's free till everybody's free. Nobody's free till everybody's free. And keep it going. Keep it just free till. Now, if we are going to continue this fight, to fight for the freedom of other people, Amber and Charles Taylor left their footprint all across the state of Mississippi when they fought for funding for education. If we're going to continue to fight for freedom here in this state, we have to make sure that reproductive rights for women is essential and a priority. If we're going to fight for freedom, we have to go into communities where food deserts exist and make sure that there are healthy food choices for our children. If we're going to make sure that we continue this fight for freedom, we have to make sure that we address voter suppression, because it is still a reality, not just here in the state of Mississippi, but across this nation. So, of course, if we are going to continue to uplift the work that has been done by the people sitting in this room and on this stage, we have to understand that nobody is free until everybody is free. Give yourselves a round of applause. So now that we have invoked the spirit of Fannie Lou Hamer, we have to keep that spirit going in not just what we say, but also in what we do. And we've come to this final panel to, of course, talk about and reflect on the Mississippi Summer Project of 1964, but we're also acting on how we forge ahead to continue in this fight. Now, 10 years ago, these gentlemen here, as well as a number of people sitting in this room, met on the campus of historic Tougaloo College, known as the cradle of the civil rights movement, where we commemorated Freedom Summer. And we said we would continue the conversations on what needed to be done in the state of Mississippi to address the political landscape that we find ourselves in now. And here we are 10 years later in the Mississippi Delta, in a place that I call ground zero, not just for the Mississippi movement, but for the national civil rights movement, as we have seen. And of course, we are recognizing the fact that there were grassroots activists who were already here in the state of Mississippi doing great work, and the young people who came from across the nation, to what one author called the closed society, to engage in a voter registration campaign to get black folk here in this state registered to vote. Good afternoon again. I am Daphne Chamberlain, and it is my esteemed honor to be with you all this afternoon, and of course be joined by these two gentlemen who have inspired the work that I have done for almost 2 decades. That work has spanned from being in the classroom to working at the COFO Civil Rights Education Center, which is where I met both of them and learned at their feet, and also to the work that I now do in the Mississippi Delta with one of my young colleagues sitting in the back, Mr. Jay Rushing. Jay, if you'll stand up, please, who serves as the Youth Engagement Coordinator for the Emmett Till Interpretive Center. And of course, I'm always inspired when I think about my past. There's a young lady who I have not seen probably in 7 or 8 years, Jada Bass, who was one of my students at Tougaloo College, who is here today. Jada, if you'll please stand. So these men need absolutely no introduction, but to those who are in the room and also those who are part of our virtual viewing audience, I will give a little snapshot into their life's work as veterans of the civil rights movement, and not just veterans, people who are still actively engaged in trying to inspire another generation. So Mr. Charles McLaurin, a veteran of the Mississippi Civil Rights Movement of the early 60s, was recruited by the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and assigned to work in the Mississippi Delta as a field secretary. He worked side by side with Fannie Lou Hamer in the effort to register African American voters in Sunflower County, also served as campaign manager for her 2nd congressional district bid for the U.S. House of Representatives in Congress in 1963. Let us give a round of applause for Mr. Charles McLaurin. Also on stage this afternoon, we have Mr. David Dennis Sr., who interrupted his collegiate experience during his freshman year in 1961 at Dillard University in New Orleans, Louisiana, to work in the 1960 civil rights movement in the South, particularly Mississippi and Louisiana, where he was arrested more than 30 times in relation to his activities to register disenfranchised voters. He was on the first freedom ride from Montgomery, Alabama to Jackson, Mississippi in 1961. He served in both states as field secretary, for the Congress of Racial Equality. He also served as the co-director for the Council of Federated Organizations in an effort to organize Freedom Summer of 1964. Let us welcome Mr. Dave Dennis. Now, while we've invoked the name of Fannie Lou Hamer, I think it's also important that we think about this particular session focusing in on the impact of the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. When we talk about the MFDP, we also have to talk about Victoria Gray Adams. We have to talk about Ed King, who was unable to join us here today. We have to talk about Aaron Henry, Annie Devine, A.D. Beidle, Lois Chaffee, Dewey Green, Lawrence Giott, Winston Hudson, Merrill Lindsay, Leslie McLemore, Robert Miles, Hazel Palmer, E.W. Steptoe, Hartman Turnbull, William Scott, and there are so many others who I cannot name who served as delegates as well as alternates to the MFDP. But I think it's important that the young people in this room and those who are not aware of who all served as a Freedom Democrat get recognized. Now, with that said, all of these are foot soldiers. And 60 years ago, it's the MFDP that was created, and this particular closing panel for this year's 60th anniversary will focus on how Fannie Lou Hamer and the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party impacted the nation. So I'm going to turn to our panelists for the afternoon and ask them, because we are focusing in on the impact of Fannie Lou Hamer, so we'll start right there. And I'll just ask both you, Mr. McLaurin and Mr. Dennis, what are your earliest memories of Mrs. Hamer and her work and time in the movement? Your earliest memory of Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer?
Well, I first met Fannie Lou Hamer okay, just got to hold it close. Can you hear me now? Okay. I said that you cannot hear me? I got to kiss it. Okay, all right. As I was about to say that I got to the Delta in 1962, and Fannie Lou Hamer lived on a plantation just outside of Ruleville, and she was one of the first persons that I got an opportunity to bring to the courthouse here and then in order to register to vote. And that was, SNCC had a bus load of people that brought to the courthouse. I didn't know Fannie Lou Hamer at that time, but I learned her after the bus was stopped and the driver charged with driving a bus that was too yellow. And then on our way back to the plantation, Fannie Lou Hamer was told that she had to go back and withdraw her name. So if she didn't do that, then she had to leave the plantation. So my earliest memory of Fannie Lou Hamer was about 2 weeks after I got to the Delta in 1962, August 9, 1962.
Yeah. Before I go there, to ask if it's okay to take a moment. Can you hear me now? Okay. You do have to kiss it. So, yeah, so today is, this visit is very special to me. I just have to share it with you. A few months ago, I got a call from someone who says, I think I'm your cousin. I didn't know my father. I only saw him twice in my life. The second time he was dead. And I always thought he was from Mexico. So I've been working here I first came to Mississippi in 1961, bus. Because of Bob, I came here in 1962 and worked in the Delta. 1992, because of Bob, I came back here with the Algebra Project, first working in the Mississippi Delta. My daddy, I found out, was not from Mexico. My daddy was from here in Indianola, Greenwood. All the family was here in this particular area of the Delta. The guy who played music, first time I ever saw him was last night, but I knew him, found out who he was a few months ago, and he played music here. That's Mike Dennis, is my cousin. Another person I found out who is my cousin that I worked with all through the civil rights movement days until after that, until she died, was Miss Unita Blackwell. So you just don't know where it's at. You know? I mean, God has his way of moving you. My grandmother used to say all the time is they brought you here for a purpose, and you're okay as long as you serve and doing whatever that purpose is. So I never understood totally, but my trip kept bringing me back to Mississippi on this piece. So I had to share that with you. The other thing is that sitting here, I begin to realize, looking at and this will take me to segue into Mrs. Hamer, is that, and as Daphne, I call her, Dr. Chamberlain, I like to call you Daphne, you know. She's like my daughter. So Daphne talked about 1960 Freedom Summer. I remember the faces that were there in 1960. And I miss those faces. They're not here physically, but I feel the spirit as being here, especially Bob. So as we move through, as we say, participatory, I hope there'll be some time we all sort of have some expression, since this is the last session. But behind us here we have their spirit. And the other piece around here is, I like to just say this, what the movement was really all about. Because I look out here, I don't see a lot of young people. And someone has to take this and move it on. They need to hear and understand these stories, what it's all about, and feel some of the power that comes from the spirit of the people in here. Because that's what made us, was the spirit of the people who came before us. Because the movement was going on before we as young people came in here in the 60s. They paved the way and opened the doors and made it possible. As Bob put it, there's the Mississippi Theater that we played a role in. With the Mississippi Theater, what they did was open the door and invited us to be part of the cast, because they were already on a roll. Medgar Evers and others, Steptoes and Amzimores and them. We didn't create them and we came here. They were here. For instance, one thing to think about when we talk about COFO, history says Bob and I started COFO. That is not true. COFO was started before it, in 1961, by local people. Amzimore, Medgar Evers, Jack Young and them, and Carsey Hall, and the other people. And it was really to support the freedom rides. But Bob and his brilliance in terms of the fact is, to do what need to be done in Mississippi, you need to look at what COFO was doing. They're able to bring all the organizations together on the one purpose. So if you can do this, and then you knew that problem is there was money coming in from the voter education project. So if you can get that money under one umbrella, that would be another drawing card to bring people together. And it did. So COFO went to COFO. It was at Aaron Henry's office in Clarksdale, Mississippi, at his pharmacy. It was the summer of 1962. And the idea there was to develop an arm of COFO that would be charged of the political side, which is the voter education pieces. And Bob and I became director and assistant director, what you want to call it. We didn't care about the titles. of that committee, which was the driving force for the work that we did in Mississippi. So what's important here is that COFO was started by local people in Mississippi pieces. And I want to just make that pieces because the other piece is, as we move through this question, I'm going to go back to the question, is that we need to understand is that what we don't recognize is the contribution of the local people. We brought in 1,000 people, kids, and they had to be housed. And they were housed by local people. When a person tried to go register to vote, they were taking their lives in their own hands. People got beaten, they lost jobs, and some of them died as a result of that. And they knew what they were into. Those, in my opinion, were real heroes. In some kind of way, we need to try to recognize them. So we have the SNCC Legacy and other groups out here. You know, there's some place that exists, because I know we had it, a record of where people were staying during Freedom Summer. So what happened to that list is, and if we don't know what the list is, that's something that goes in from Mississippi and go back to the communities, begin to just raise the question through churches. Do anybody know the names of people who house people? Because we need to recognize they need names to be on those walls also. Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer was an exceptional person. What I remember about her when I first met her is that to look at her and to hear her, she reached down into your soul. You just like, it was something like magic. Y'all saw the light blink? You think I'm joking about this. So she could reach down into you, and to hear her voice when she sung and everything else, that she just grabbed you. And you had, not only did she have your attention, but she had your commitment, you know. There's no way that you could say no. And so her words, I listened to, I couldn't be here all the time, and I missed a lot, but hearing people talk about the elected officials and everything, where we going and next steps. And we passed the Civil Rights Act. That was an impact she had. Voting Rights Act. All the changes. Mississippi had most elected, black elected officials than any state in the country per capita at one time. So what happened? And so Mrs. Hamer's words ring to me all the time. We didn't come here for only 2 seats. So I keep wondering whether or not we keep accepting 2 seats.
Great reflections from both. Now, as a historian, I always have to lift up the history. And yesterday, as I was watching from my home and also sitting with Medgar Evers' daughter, Rena Evers Everett, I heard the name Theodore Bilbo come up. So when we think about voter registration in this country and the long organizing tradition that has existed through the Black freedom struggle, one of the things Theodore Bilbo said was the best way to keep a black person in Mississippi from going to the polls was to see them the night before. But little did he know that the people of Mississippi, the black folk of Mississippi, were already organizing to get to the ballot. And 1964 was the pinnacle of all of that organization that took place under organizations like the Regional Council of Negro Leadership, under people like George Lee, under people like Medgar Evers, and so many more, and even those who are sitting in this room this afternoon. So before we even talk about Freedom Summer, Mr. McLaurin, I want to ask you this question, because there are a lot of young people who don't know why we had to fight to get to where we are. because there was this common perception that black folk were okay with where they are and not having a political voice. So we have to back up and rewind in 1963 with the freedom vote. So Mr. McLaurin, if you could talk to us about the importance of the freedom vote and what that meant to preparing to establish the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, and also its importance to Freedom Summer.
Thank you, Dr. Daphne. Well, we were having trouble in Mississippi, as you remember. First of all, to register to vote in Mississippi in 1962, you had to be 21 years of age or older. You also had to take a literacy test. And that literacy test, and one of the questions that galled me the first time I saw that, it was that to read and write a section, to read, write, and interpret a section of the Mississippi Constitution and to the satisfaction of the registrar. And in no cases did I know any of these fellows to be lawyers. The other thing was that you're asking sharecroppers, people who with very little education, if any, to interpret the Constitution when lawyers all over the nation are arguing about what the meaning of the Constitution. So right away, that's a reason for making sure that African American, who the legislators knew that they had deprived of educational opportunities in the state. So we went to work right away to try to, we weren't registering anybody because of that. And so what we needed to do was come up with some kind of strategy to bring to the nation the fact that the Constitution, that the black people in Mississippi could not register to vote because of these various obstacles and barriers that they had to go through, and that we were just kind of wasting our time bringing people to the courthouse and they're being turned away. So we decided that what we needed to do was to run our own election. We needed to do a mock election. So we decided that we would run candidates. We would run pharmacist and NAACP leader Aaron Henry for governor. And we would run Ed King, a white chaplain at Tougaloo College, as lieutenant governor, and that we would run congressional candidates in 3 of the 5 Mississippi congressional districts. And those candidates in the congressional districts was Fannie Lou Hamer in the 2nd congressional district, Victoria Gray in the 5th congressional district, and Annie Devine in the 4th congressional district. These were the districts that the largest number of African American potential voters, and that we would get Fannie Lou Hamer actually qualified, even though she's going to be on a freedom ballot. We need to get at least one candidate who would be legally qualified to run in the election so that the lawsuits later could be filed. And I had the honor of taking Fannie Lou Hamer to get her registered to vote, to register to run as congressman in the 2nd congressional district. The other thing you have to look at is that after Reconstruction, we had a congressman, John R. Lynch, and it was in the 2nd congressional district that runs along the river, and we lost that in the 1890 Constitution when the legislature, the Mississippi legislature, took away our right to vote, and as a result, these barriers that they set up, we lost all the political power that we had. So now what we want to try to do now is that we want to get our congressional district back, and we want to try to show the nation that African Americans would vote if they had the opportunity. you had people like Senator Stennis and Senator Eastland who were telling the nation that African Americans were happy not being able to vote. We didn't want political power, and there was no reason for the nation to be concerned about it. So we decided that we would set up our own election. We developed a registration form, very short, about 6 questions, I think, and then we set up the election places across the state as voting places, cafes, restaurants, churches, and then we ran our candidates, campaigned our candidates, and from that we got about 85 to 90,000 people to participate in these elections. And so now we've got this information, we've got the results, documented results. So what are we going to do with this? Now, the leadership in Mississippi, Cole Smith, NAACP, decides that we're going to have a Freedom Summer Project. And the Freedom Summer Project is, we're going to have to do 3 major things. One is we're going to continue our effort to register voters in spite of the fact that we're not getting any registered. And we're going to set up freedom schools to teach people. We're going to bring these young people in from across the nation to help us. Going to bring in other professionals to help freedom teachers to set the freedom school. Then we're going to have community centers. And then we're going to try to build political power. We're going to do that by organizing the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. And the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party will challenge the seating of the regular Mississippi racist delegation in Atlantic City in 1964. And so here's where Fannie Lou Hamer come into the picture here. She's the vice chair of the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, and she's going to speak to the Credentials Committee of the National Democratic Party to try to deny the Mississippi delegation their credentials. And that was going to be twofold, that she was going to do the hearing, and if we didn't get what we wanted there, then we would have a floor fight. We hoped for a floor fight.
Kiss it. Kiss it. Gotta get it closer.
You have to hold it a little bit closer. Thank you, Mr. McLaurin. So, of course, that gives you the context by talking about the freedom vote of 1963 and the fact that upwards of 90,000 black folk participated in this mock election, just to say that, yes, we do want a political voice in this state. So Mr. McLaurin took us into what one of my next questions is, and of course there will be some time for question and answers coming from the audience. But the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, and for those of you who've been to Jackson and also have toured and understand where Jackson State University's campus is, that it was a hub for civil rights activism. From the COFO building to the Masonic Temple, where the NAACP office continues to operate, to even Pratt Memorial Church that's in the area, in the parsonages where the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party organized. Let's talk a little bit more, both Mr. Dennis and Mr. McLaurin, about the goals. What were the primary goals and objectives? So, of course, it was to unseat the regular Democrats once you made it to Atlantic City. But what was the process? Because, of course, we do know that there's a convention that takes place in Jackson at the Masonic Temple. And then, of course, you had to select your delegates, and then everybody traveled to Atlantic City. But what was the process and to meet all of those goals and objectives of the MFDP?
Well, what we did, the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party was going to be parallel to the regular Democratic Party. So we held precinct meetings in the various communities. We had county conventions where we brought people together, and then we had the statewide party caucus in Jackson, Mississippi, and the delegates were selected there to represent the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party at the National Convention. Now we held that election at the Masonic Temple in Jackson, Mississippi, and from that convention, delegates, myself and Fannie Lou Hamer were delegates from the delegate. We had alternates as well as regular delegates. And that we got that group together and we traveled to Atlantic City, New Jersey in 1964.
Right, I think that there is a, it's okay, Mac is correct on all points. One of the other pieces in the country at that time is that there was a belief by the other side that black people were complacent as the story of the narrative that's being turned around. And then that was our effort also to demonstrate that that was not true. You give it an opportunity, we would participate, in this political system and wanted to be part of the political system. Black people in this country from slavery had two main pieces they felt avenues for freedom. One had to be education, the other was citizenship. So that's always been the struggle. Black people died just to learn how to read and write. People died and try to register to vote, get into the politics. What caused me to change from direct action, sit-ins and stuff, was a conversation with two people. One was a guy by the name of Jim McCain out of Core, who was out of Sumter, South Carolina. And the other one was Bob Moses, and talking about the fact is that we need to change this whole narrative pieces. You're not talking about how to have the right to buy the hamburger, but own the joint that make the hamburgers. And at the same time is, if you want action, you mess with the white folks' power structure. So we had to get into the power structure pieces. So those two people convinced me to change tactics and move into, we're going to put one of the things that we were trying to do here. We underestimated, most of the people who came here at Freedom Summer, which is very interesting, believed in this country and democracy. We all felt as we got to the door, and we could demonstrate that black people in Mississippi and across the South wanted to register to vote, wanted to participate in the political system, that we did everything that was right, that they opened that door. And we walked right straight up to the door, and that's when power struck. We understood for the first time what real power was all about. Because overnight, and Mrs. Hamer, as you recall, her speech before the Confidentials Committee, she was the only person who could have done that. Dr. King spoke, people around, they spoke. But when she spoke, Johnson said, "Get off the air." Right? And he did. And so, but the cameras were still rolling. And so after he finished with his phony news announcement, TV picked it up that evening. So by midnight that night we had the Convention Committee votes, that is commitment. But they went to work. Teamsters Union, began to say, okay, our lawyer at that time came from the Teamsters Union, Joe Rao, all right? And Joe Rao went to Humphrey and said, and that y'all don't meet, Walter Reuther went to Joe Rao, you don't turn this around, you're going to lose your job. Members of the Credentials Committee the husbands of the judgeships and things of that nature say, if you don't change your vote, it's all over. So by that morning came around they had switched the whole deal on us. And so anyway, what I'm getting at here is that there was one opportunity for America to really do what was right, And politics played its role, but it did and they did just the opposite of that is. And the young people at that time who was in Mississippi who believed in democracy by the end of the Freedom Summer, they didn't. As you recall, there's universities but not the same communities across this country. And in 1968, a Democratic convention was a total record in Chicago. So it changed a whole lot there in terms of beliefs and everything else in terms of the country. And the reason why, you know, the 64 Civil Rights Act or the 1965 Voting Rights Act was really passed. It became questionable, that piece. But that was really what was one of Mrs. Hamer's major statement in the beginning is, I mean, we could have walked out of there with 2 seats. And a lot of people at that time said, well, that would have been better than nothing. And I always wonder about the fact is, what would have happened if we had said yes to the 2 seats? We said no, you know, and Mrs. Haynes said we didn't come all this way for just 2 seats. So, but since
pick up right there on those 2 seats. There was not going to be 2 seats in the Mississippi delegation, the regular Democrats. They was not offering us 2 seats in the delegation. This was, actually, this was something in limbo. I mean, these 2 seats were kind of just over the United States of America. It was not any specific location that these seats would go. And the other thing was that the National Democratic Party was going to name the 2 people who would occupy these 2 seats. And that's what Fannie Lou Hamer really objected to, that she was the vice chair of the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. Mississippi accepting this, we don't have nothing. We'll still have the same fight. So we're going to reject them. And the whole delegation did reject those seats, even after the persuasion of Dr. King tried to persuade us. And they had Walter Reuther there, who represented the AFL-CIO, you know, and other big, powerful people there trying to urge us to accept that. Roy Wilkins of the NAACP, because they felt that since we had made it to this level, that would be something. Mrs. Hamer said it wasn't nothing, and we didn't come all the way up here for 2 seats, and if you watch what happened was the Mississippi all-white delegation was asked to support the Democratic nominee that year, who would be Lyndon Johnson. And they refused. And Paul Johnson, who was the governor of Mississippi, told them to come on home. So most of them left, and they left the convention seats vacant, and our people slowly got credentials, got cards from the rest of the delegations, like New York and Michigan and those kind of people. And then if you ever watch that film, or you watch some of the photos from that, our people are sitting down there under the banner of Mississippi. They had taken the Mississippian seats. And if you watch there's a man named Oscar Giles, who's from this city, is sitting right there in the front of that delegation proudly. So, but Fannie Lou Hamer did not reject those so-called 2 seats alone. We all voted. I was a delegate to the convention. I was in the convention room when Fannie Lou Hamer testified. And so we came back to Mississippi with the understanding that we didn't have nothing really when we left, but we did get, if you remember, a promise from the National Democratic Party that they would not seat another segregated delegation, that in the future, all delegations from the state in which they would come must be representative of the population of that state.
So to reference Fannie Lou Hamer, I'm going to quote this young generation. Fannie Lou Hamer stood on business in the decision that she made not to accept those 2 seats. But I also have to give acknowledgement to what both Mr. McLaurin and Mr. Dennis stated about the influence of Fannie Lou Hamer, and even lifting up her statement before the Credentials Committee. So with that, you know, she had powerful words, she had powerful actions, and also she had the gift of song, which moved people to action. But when she delivered that riveting statement before the Credentials Committee, she talked about her experience that Mr. McLaurin made reference to in 1962, in August of 1962, when they went to register to vote. And of course, the driver of the bus got arrested and charged for driving a bus of the wrong color. She also talked about when she was beaten in a Winona jail. But in addition to that, she also stated to them, and these are her words, quote, "All of this is on account of we want to register to vote, to become first-class citizens." So let me repeat that one more time. From the attempts to keep black folk from registering to vote, to the beatings in the jails, to the shootings in the homes of people like the McDonald family and the Tucker family. All of this on account of we want to register to vote and become first-class citizens. The last panel, there's a gentleman who stated, president of the Indianola or Sunflower County NAACP, he stated that I question America. And just like Fannie Lou Hamer, in the time that we are living in, we need to continue to question America. So my last question before we open up the floor for questions from the audience, there was a panel yesterday that Tiffany and Charles were on, titled, When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. And the question, Mr. Dennis and Mr. McLaurin.
Excuse me a minute.
Gotcha.
Got to get my wife. She's
So when we fight, we win, panel from yesterday. But the question is, what are the lessons learned from the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party that we should keep in mind in understanding the importance of collective action as well as collective power in this political landscape that we find ourselves in? So the lessons from MFDP to inform how we garner collective action and collective power in this political landscape.
We got to continue to organize. I mentioned that when we left Atlantic City, New Jersey in 1964, we came back, especially Fannie Lou and those of us who were from Mississippi. We came home with the understanding that we must continue our voter registration effort, must continue to organize in the various communities, and that what we was trying to do now is to learn to build, to harness our power. We needed to harness our power. When we hit up against the wall in Atlantic City, if you remember, the President of the United States of America got involved in the Mississippi question here. See, Lyndon Johnson, as you know, who had ascended to the presidency as a result of the death of Kennedy, is now wanting to be president himself. And he wants 4 years on his own. And he did not want to support the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party against his Southern-based Democratic Dixiecrats. So he's kind of in the middle. And and that compromise that they offered us was to try to appease both the regulars and the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party. Now, so when we came home, we realized that what we need to do now is to continue to build the party, because actually what happened that year, the Democratic Dixiecrats did not vote for Johnson. They voted for Goldwater. The Republican Party immediately came out of obscurity. There was no Republican Party per se in Mississippi or in the South until the 1964-68 elections. So we continued to organize, continued to mobilize in the communities, but we need to now focus on power, because that's what we hit up against. We had been kind of registering to vote, and nobody was really saying that what we were trying to do until Stokely came along. Now, Stokely then said, we want black power. And that's what we want right now. We need nobody pays us any attention because they see us as just a splintered group of people squabbling among ourselves, grabbing after crumbs. So what we then need right now, we need to harness our power so that somebody see it. You know, we got to have a hammer, and the vote is it.
Thank you, Mac. I'm going to see how to frame this. Because this political game in this country is a white man's game. And they change the rules whenever they want to change the rules. So our figuring out how to play this game has been very difficult, but we haven't figured it out yet. And the reason why we haven't figured it out is because it's their game. So we got to begin to think about how to change the game, how to change the narrative around what our issues happen to be. These are our issues. See, we were at this spot, we want to look at something to compare it to. After we had the Civil War and everything else is, and the Republican Party was the party of Lincoln, just as Mac was saying. And then Ulysses Grant and everything. Then we had the 1875 Civil Rights Act, which was one of the most powerful civil rights acts. It declared the Klan to be what? A terrorist group. They even used the word. You know. And so you had all the rights, sit right in the place you want to, public accommodations. That's in the 1875 Civil Rights Act. Then came the elections of 1876 and 1877, and that was a compromise, right? Better known as Rutherford B. Hayes Compromise. They've had several other names to it ever since then. But in that compromise, it was a conflict around the presidential elections. Sounds familiar? And what they did, change the rules, all right? And decided is to bring out the federal troops and out of the South, you know, the Republicans did, so that Hayes could become president, and they compromised to the Democrats, the Dixiecrats was, to do that, which gave life back to the Klan, changed everything else. 13, 14, 15 amendments had to be unconstitutional, all right? So the Civil Rights Act of 1875 was wiped out, all right? And it lost the right to vote, or whatever you had came after that. Does it sound familiar? Yes. Right? So then what you have here is coming in, back there is now we got coming into what happened in 1964, 1965. And if you listen carefully to the Dixiecrats and others, you know, just as Mike was talking about, if you hear what they said is, yeah, they got this, they're coming back, and Johnson's concerned. What's going to happen in the South? And sure enough is, switch. That game was over. Let's switch the narrative. Let's switch the game a little bit. Change it. So in 1968 was the last time the majority of white males were part of the Democratic Party. So they said, y'all can have the Democratic Party, we're going Republican. There's your shift. And then things began to unroll is, so this whole thing, what happened then is you had the strength of the black community, which is probably came out clearly during our Freedom Summer and other places, happened to be the black family. The black family structure was our strength, and they knew that. I did not know, as you know, I just talked about, I didn't know who my father was, but I had a bunch of fathers, all right? And if I did something wrong down the street, Mr. Jack had the right to jack me up, okay? Because I was a child of the community. So during the Civil Rights Movement, they fed us, they protected us, this whole community, wherever we were, all right? Because we had family. So then what did they do after this in 1964? They say, well, okay, we coming back after you. They came out of an attack on the black family that blamed us for our issue. It was called the Moynihan Report. All right? Then after that, you had the poverty program where you drain off black leadership, right? Until poverty, they had offices across the track. We integrated, they didn't integrate. We had our meetings and stuff across, because we had businesses, we had stores, we had places like that in the black community, but we started across the track. You know, they put up large grocery stores around, killing those places we had in our community species. And then to break it all, then that goes much deeper than that is, but just touch it because we don't have time. Then came what they call urban renewal, where you look at where they put the highways and stuff like these, they right straight through in the black community, and they killed all black business and stuff like that. So we end up with, which one time was, you know, most of your big cities, in New Orleans, you know, Claiborne Avenue was booming. It's now poverty. Our kids now left with what places where they exist. We don't have communities anymore that we used to have. It takes a village to raise a child. We lost our community. All of this was strategically done. It wasn't by accident. Make America Great Again it's called about pre-Civil War days, right? And we keep talking about the narrative, and they got us talking about this dude, you know, and this is not what this is all about. Someone said earlier, this is a bigger picture, because that's one person we talk about over 50% of this country who's backing those particular ideas and principles. So what we have got to do is really begin to look at what the narrative is and what is ours. So where do we stand, what is best for us? Are we still trying to be convinced? Because Adam Clayton Powell is one of those people too, black leadership. We talk about the fact is that Fannie Lou Hamer said, we're not going to come all the way here to take no 2 seats. But have we been taking those 2 seats?
Let us give our panelists another round of applause. Now, we don't have time for questions from the audience. However,
can I say just one thing quick?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I can't make this, but Mac, Hollis Watkins, and those people who stayed here and done all this work and, you know, and built this let's give them, they deserve everything.
Mr. Dennis did exactly what I was going to do, so thank you. Charles, I'll turn it back over to you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Chamberlain. Thank you, Mr. Dennis, and thank you, Pops. It was nice to get a great inside look at one of America's most famous citizens, Ms. Fannie Lou Hamer. There's some real Americans out there, and then there's some real Americans, and she was, in fact, a real American. Ms. Fannie Lou Hamer's Memorial Garden will actually be part of our Civil Rights Bus Tour, which we're preparing to go on now. I got a couple of announcements before we go forward. All right, we got some cars that need to move. If you're driving a Chevy Cruze, tag number SEA853, we need you to move your vehicle, and a Ford Flex, tag MHB 3532. We need you to move your vehicle. You're blocking someone in. Also, the New Horizon Theater Incorporated for the International Black Theater Festival is doing a play, Blues is the Roots, written by Charles Dumas and directed by Herb Newsom, featuring the songs of Muddy Water, Coco Taylor, Chuck Berry, Etta James, and Howlin' Wolf. Will be performed at the Salem College Everson Fine Arts Center, at the Shirley Recital Hall in Winston-Salem, North Carolina on August the 2nd, 2 p.m., Friday, August the 2nd, 8 p.m., Saturday, August the 3rd at 2 p.m., and Saturday, August the 3rd at 8 p.m. All black cast, beautiful show, please. If you're in the North Carolina area, Winston-Salem, please take that opportunity to view the show. Okay, we're getting ready to transition to the buses parked out front. My father, as well as Ms. Gloria Dickerson and Mr. Frank Figures, will serve as our tour guide as we take you around the Mississippi Delta. We will land back here at 6:45 for our closing dinner.
Please don't move. We need to give instructions.
Brothers and sisters in the struggle for human dignity and freedom, I am here to represent the struggle that has gone on for 300 or more years, a struggle to be recognized as citizens in a country in which we were born. I have had about 40 or 50 years of struggle, ever since a little boy on the streets of Norfolk called me a nigger. I struck him back, and then I had to learn that hitting back with my fist one individual was not enough. It takes organization. It takes dedication. It takes the willingness to stand by and do what has to be done when it has to be done. A nice gathering like today is not enough. You have to go back and reach out to your neighbors who don't speak to you. And you have to reach out to your friends who think they are making it good, and get them to understand that they, as well as you and I, cannot be free in America or anywhere else where there is capitalism and imperialism until we can get people to recognize that they themselves have to make the struggle and have to make the fight for freedom every day in the year, every year, until they win it. Thank you.
We who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. We who believe in freedom cannot rest. Freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Until the killing of black men, black mothers, sons is as important as the killing of white men, white mothers, sons. We who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Not needing to clutch for power, not needing the light just to shine on me. I need to be just one in the number as we stand against tyranny. To me, young people come first. They come first. They have the courage where we fail. If I can just shine a light on as they carry us through the gale. We who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. I'm a woman who speaks in a voice, and I must be heard. At times I can be quite difficult. I'll bow to no man's word. We who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Come on, sing. We who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom.
This is a test. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You gonna ask me? Okay.
This is an interview with Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer in her home at 721 James Street in Ruleville, Mississippi. The date is, what is the date?
April 14.
The date is April 14, 1972. Mrs. Hamer, why don't we begin with something about your childhood life? Where were you born, and what was life like when you were a little girl?
Well, I was born 54 years ago on a plantation in the hills, the kind of place that something similar to Hattiesburg, the place where you was from. I was born in in fact, I was the last child of 20 children, 6 girls and 14 boys. I'm the 20th child. A very poor family, sharecroppers, never had anything. Family life, didn't hardly have food to eat. If you would just wait just a minute, I'm gonna see can I get through it for a little quiet. My family moved here to Sunflower County when I was 2 years old. That's 52 years ago. They moved here to Sunflower County. So I was mostly, raised here in the Delta. In fact, from 2 years old up until now, I've been in the Delta. My family moved here, and we moved on a plantation. The landowner was named Mr. E.W. Brandon. So we lived on his place until I was grown. But it was just hard. Life was very hard. We never hardly had enough to eat. We didn't have clothes to wear. We had to work real hard because I started working when I was about 6 years old. And didn't have a chance to go to school too much because school would only last about 4 months at the time, when I was a kid going to school. And most of the time we didn't have clothes to wear to that. And then if it's any work would come up that we would have to do, like the parent would take us out of the you know, school to cut stalks or burn stalks or work in deadenings or things like that. It was just really rough as a kid when I was a child.
What subjects did you like when you were in school, Mrs. Hamer?
I loved reading when I was in school. When I was a child, I loved to read, and in fact, I learned to read real well when I was going to school. I never had a chance to go to school too long, about 6 years, but I believe I can compete today with the kid now that's 12th grade in reading.
So how did you spend your life then from when you were finished with your 6 years of high school?
Well, that was just in and out of school till I was grown, you know. Just have some months I'd be in school and some I wouldn't.
And then you worked, of course.
Yes.
Did you work in the field?
Yes, I worked in the field. In fact, all the kids around in this Delta worked in the field. You know, it wasn't no other work to do. They didn't have no such thing as factories. These factories is something new. They didn't have any factories. It wasn't nothing to do but field work. That's all you had to do. You know, this time of year, well, when it wasn't no cotton to chop, we would be raking corn stalks or doing something like this. But it was never a time in April that kids would be in school when I was a kid. Never a time that a kid would be in school in April.
And of course not at all in the summer.
Not at all in the summer, but they worked, you know, because, well, it was much more work to do at that time than it is now, because they don't let the people work in the field now. But at that time, you didn't get nothing for it, but you could work steady, because, you know, when the cotton got up big enough to chop, we called it hoeing the cotton, because it wasn't chopping. After you hoe the cotton about 2 or 3 times, then you would call what they call chopping, because it wouldn't be bad then. And, you know, we would just go over it from 3 to 4, sometimes 5 times. I remember during the time I was a kid, and since I've been grown, some people would be in the front with the hoes chopping cotton, and other people would be right behind them in about a week with a sack picking cotton. They just, you know, worked from one season to the other one. It wasn't no such thing as a period, you know, where they had a lapse between there. They just chop cotton over and over. You know, when they go over it one time, if they finish up about Monday, well, sometime they'd have a week out, and then they'd be right back in that field and go over that cotton again. And they would keep doing that, you see, and then when time come to harvest the crops, it wouldn't be grass and stuff in it. They could pick it and it would be clean, you know, because it wouldn't be like it is now. They use chemicals and all of that. But they didn't use chemicals then. People used hoes to clean that cotton out.
Let's move forward in time, Mrs. Hamer. When was the first time you really wanted to vote?
That was 1962.
1960. Tell us about your efforts to vote.
Well, I didn't know anything about voting. I didn't know anything about registering to vote. And one night I went to the church, and they had a mass meeting, and I went to the church, and they talked about, you know, how it was our right that we could register and vote. And they was talking about we could vote out people that we didn't want in office. We thought that wasn't right, that we could vote them out. And that sounded interesting enough to me that I wanted to try it, you know, because I had never heard until 1962 that black people could register and vote.
Never heard that?
I never heard that. We hadn't heard anything about registering to vote, because if you see this flat land in here, when people would get out of the fields, if they had a radio, they'd be too tired to play it, you know.